Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our show. Today, we have a very eminent personality on our show, and she is Amita Sinha. She is the former professor in the Department of Landscape Architecture at University of Illinois, USA, and she has also taught in the Department of Architecture and Regional Planning at IIT Kharagpur, and she's also into humanities and social science department at IIT Gandhinagar. She's also well-known author of Landscape about India, Forms and Meaning, and she's a recipient of Fulbright Nehru Academic and Professional Excellence Award. So welcome to the show, Amitaji. How are you today?
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me to the show.
So, we had been doing great topic like mandala and the rise of architecture using this mandala. And today I am so glad to really discuss about the origin of Varanasi. So I would like to ask you, what is the origin of Varanasi and how it is linked to its geography?
So Varanasi is older than time, as they say. It's beyond time, and there is a origin story which let me share it with you. So here in this collage, which is based on a 19th century painting, we see Shiva holding Varanasi on his trident, and he is Parvati is playing the veena. Ganga is descending from the heavens at the request of uh, um, um, Bhagirathi, and so Varanasi is really associated with Shiva, and it is between two rivers on the banks of the Ganges, of course. Here the Ganga flows from south to north, it changes its course. And the area between the river Varuna on the north and the rivulet Assi on the south is claimed by Varanasi. Now, Varuna is associated with obstructing evil, and Assi with destroying evil. So this is a sacred ground, and it is also called Anandvan. That is how Shiva describes it to Parvati. Anandvan, Anand Kanan, a forest of bliss. And in this drawing, you see many water bodies, kunds, which would have existed in ancient times. And this is where um, hermits, sages came and established their ashrams on the banks of the kunds. So this is, a city which is the abode of Shiva, and it is also a place where one can um, encounter the learned people and learn. It's a city of learning, and it is a place which is full of lingas, a city of thousand lingas, I would say. And these lingas are in many temples and shrines. However, there are other gods also, and we'll see more of that as we go along.
Okay, so actually, this city itself is very, very huge in terms of the feeling of Indians because everything which is pious and which is religious, especially for Hinduism, I think Varanasi plays a vital role. And it is said that gods live here. So I would like to know what is the history of the city?
So, on the banks of the Ganga, and the area where Varuna and Ganga meet, this is the site which has been excavated, and the excavations since the 1940s have proved that the city goes back a long, long time. Certainly goes back to 12th century BC, and possibly beyond. And it has been continuously occupied since then. So, it's mentioned in the Mahabharata, in the Upanishads, in the Purana, especially the Kashi Khand of Skanda Purana. And what archaeology tells us is that the continuous habitation of the Rajghat plateau which you see in the slide below, means that it has been very important historically also. So Kashi was one of the 16 Janpadas of ancient times. And we hear about it, during the definitely during the Mauryan times, in which the Magad Janpad rose to prominence, and during the times of Ashok, as Buddhism rose, Ashok himself came here and established a stupa. So the city is also associated with Buddhists, and I think during a brief period of time, when Buddhism was very important, Shiva had actually left Varanasi and had gone to Mount Mandara, and there was a king called King Devodasa who had to be driven out. Now, Buddhism, Sarnath, where Buddha gave his first sermon, this is a very important node for pilgrimage. And the stupa established by Ashoka is no longer there, but there is a latest stupa, dharmic stupa, that you see in the slide. And there were many viharas, monasteries, and chatyagrahas. In fact, the symbol of India, the capital of India, is actually a Buddhist, an Ashokan capital with the four lions on the top of the pillar. The Rajghat Plateau was also inhabited later on by the Gadwala kings. All through the Gupta period, Varanasi continued to be an important city. And by the time we come to the 12th century, the Gadwala rulers had made Varanasi a very important site by building temples there. And the Gadwala rulers used to worship Adikeshav, Vishnu, on the banks of the Ganga on the Varuna river. When the first armies of Muhammad Ghori, led by Qutbuddin Aibak, came, the Gadwala rule ended, and so did the Buddhist site Sarnath, which was also, the viharas were destroyed.
So actually, when we are talking about mandala and the mandala architecture creation in India, when we talk about Hindu architecture as well as Buddhist architecture, so can you please tell us about the Kashi mandala, which is, I think, very popular feature in Varanasi architecture?
Yes, Varanasi is also known as Kashi, the city of light. The Kashi, from the Sanskrit root Kash, which means light. And mandala, as we know, is a circle. But this circle is actually adjusted to the topography. So here in this diagram, you see the circle on the banks of the Ganga, and this is the Kashi Mandal, or the Kashi Kshetra, which is the sacred ground between Varana and Asi. But the circle, when adjusted to the topographic reality, becomes more like the sector of the whole circle. And here, if you see the mandal, the center is this Madhyameshwar, where the most famous temple of Varanasi is situated, and a line drawn between Madhyameshwar and Delhi Vinayak is actually 5 crores or 17 kilometers. And so this is the area of the Kashi Mandal, 5 crores, where the light always shines. And this is the place which is, as we said before, beyond time. It is a place to be enlightened. Now, the story goes that Brahma and Vishnu, how they came to acknowledge the supremacy of Shiva. So in the 6th century fragment, we see Brahma on his goose flying upwards because a pillar of light appeared, and Vishnu as a boar diving down, and they could not find, the upper or the lower limits of this pillar of light. And so that is how they ended up acknowledging, this is the city of Shiva, this is, Kashi Dham. And when the city was first mapped by James Frincep in 1822, the inner city area is the Abhimukta, the zone where Shiva never leaves Kashi. The city is never forsaken. And the very center is Vishveshwara temple, which is now visited by millions of people. And in this aerial photograph, you see the Kashi Vishwanath temple. It is actually a temple built 18th century temple built by Queen Ahilyabai of Holkar. The earlier temple was destroyed in the 17th century, and the Gyanvyapi Mosque was built. And before that, the temple of the 12th century was destroyed by the Sultanate armies. But Hindus kept on rebuilding, and so Vishveshwara never really, the site never lost its sanctity, and Vishveshwara never left Kashi, so to speak. And here is the view of Kashi Vishwanath temple, the golden dome, which was given this gold plate by Ranjit Singh, the Sikh ruler, and the spires of the temple built by the Holkar queen.
Okay, so I want to ask you that why Varanasi has become such an important pilgrimage destination? What is so unique about this city?
Well, Kashi Vishwanath, draws millions of pilgrims from all over the world. But the Ganga also draws pilgrims. People come here to bathe in the Ganga on auspicious occasions. People come here to die. Manikarnika Ghat, popularly known as the Burning Ghat, is where Shiva is. This is also known as Mahashamshan, the great Shamshan, the great cremation ground, where if you die, you will achieve moksha. And so thousands come here to spend the last days of their lives in the hospices, and when when they die, Shiva whispers the Tarkeshwar mantra, and liberation is assured. Now, the pilgrimage, as pilgrimage site, Varanasi has great sanctity because the Char Dham are here: Badrinath, Dwarka, Puri, and Rameshwaram. The 12 Jyotirlingas are here. The 7 Saptpuris, including Varanasi, are here: Ayodhya, Mathura, Ujjain, Haridwar, Dwarka, and Kanchipuram. So, in a way, Varanasi has gathered the sanctity of all of the sacred sites in India. This is a process of, spatial transposition. All the sacred sites come here, and they add to the sanctity of Varanasi. Pilgrimage has been happening for a very, very long time, certainly since the 13th century. And in this pilgrim map of the 19th century, you see the Kashi Mandal, which is protected by the Ganas and the Bhairvas and the Matrikas. You see Varanasi as a square with the center as Vishveshwar. And you see, of course, Ganga Ghats lined by temples. The Panchkroshi pilgrimage, the 5 krosh, is circumambulated. So when pilgrims are on the Panchkroshi pilgrimage, they go around the sacred kshetra of the 5 of the 108 shrines. 5 are most important, and this is where the pilgrims spend about a night each. In Shivratri, they try to complete the pilgrimage in one day and night. Pilgrimage is always effective, but especially so during the Adhik Maas, the intercalary month, the extra month, which comes about every 3 years, when the solar and lunar calendars have to be synchronized. And during Kartik Purnima, during Shivratri, again, pilgrimage is undertaken by millions of people. So bathing in the Ganga, visiting Kashi Vishwanath, going on the pilgrimage, this is what attracts devotees to Varanasi from all over the world.
Yeah, so it was so wonderful to really know about these finer points about the rise of Banaras or Kashi, and of course, how this has become a great uh, pilgrimage point for people to come, especially Buddhist people and Hindu followers of Hindu. So, it was so lovely to talk to you and understand the mandala formation when we talk about the whole city and how it's being created and the stories behind that. So, what is one thing which really reminds you when you really think about the city, Banaras? What comes first in your mind?
I think about the skyline. I see the ghats and I see the temple spires, and this is probably the most famous skyline of India. Yes, and I
Okay,
think about the Ganga, and I think also about visiting, the Jyotirlinga in Kashi Vishwanath Temple.
okay, so it was so wonderful to talk to you and know about this great city, which is one of the ancient city of the world. And we'll be meeting again to discuss more about mandala formation in different architectural and city formation. So till then, bye bye, take care,
Thank you.
thanks.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to the CEO Roundtable. And today is Friday. Let me welcome my guest. First guest is from Singapore. She is a very senior person in the industry and chairman, CEO of Career Zone, Ms. Farida Charania.
Hello, everyone. I hope the week has gone well. I'm ready for the weekend, so I hope all of you are as well.
Yes, I think we are looking forward to a great discussion today, Farida. Thank you for your presence. Our second guest is joining us from India, Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? And I look forward for a great discussion today.
Welcome, Kanchan, and we are all fine. And today, the topic of discussion is about the job opportunities the youngsters can expect, specifically related to the batch of 2020. And when you are a final year student, the job is already selected for you, or the internship is already selected for you. There used to be campus interviews by various corporates across different universities, but all of that is not happened because of COVID. So what next? So we would discuss this aspect, which is specifically related to the employment of youngsters. So Farida, we will start with you. What do you think is going on? What are the risks for the batch which is coming out in 2020, and what are the new opportunities for them?
Sure. So while neither of us claim to have all the answers in this area, but there is observation, and then there is some expectation and experience as to what to expect next. Now the thing is that because the pandemic hit, a lot of industries were negatively impacted. So for instance, tourism, transport, retail, hospitality, these were impacted really, really badly. But also, there were industries which emerged as having a lot more opportunity, like the digital media and entertainment, video conferencing services, health and wellness, e-learning, delivery and logistics, warehousing, storage. e-commerce, pharma, robotics, streaming, VoIP. So these are, the new sectors which I see have become very strong in the last few months. Therefore, there are a lot of opportunities which are definitely constrained, because like you said, there used to be interviews on the campus, and there was a selection process, and that was the expected way of working, but that is all changing. So having said that, all we need to do is adapt. And my recommendation to the new graduates is that they need to be flexible, they need to be digitally savvy, they need to be open to remotely working, so be able to work by themselves, not really kind of be insistent on working in an office environment, because this way of working might continue very long. So they will need to be a lot more agile in terms of being able to pick up things in isolation. So so not really have that camaraderie, the classroom kind of setup, or the new induction kind of setup, because a lot of these things are happening digitally. So they need to adapt really really quickly. I think this generation, the younger generation who's graduating as of this year, they've had a very steep learning curve, because a lot of them would have already aligned to the new digital world. They would have received their lectures digitally, they probably could have attended their exams digitally as well. So I think it is a time of change. There will be a pathway to get adjusted, but then there will be opportunities, and there are actually quite a few opportunities.
Well, Farida, you are giving a very positive picture, but it is also imperative that we should be realistic. Although the students have given the online digital exams, and those are all shrouded with in mystery, because how much preparation they have done, how much teacher interaction they had, uh, all that. So I think the exposure may be there on the digital platform, but earlier the method was to do a campus interview, where at least 4 to 5 offers of internship would come, will land in their lap, and then they can choose where they want to do, especially with regard to engineering and management students. So none of the companies have gone in. That means the usual internship business is, it does not look very attractive for companies. There is no longer need to hire youngsters, interns, groom them, and then make them ready for for their roles. So the companies are using some other method of engagement, and hence students have to realize those methods, what are the opportunities in that area, and get enlightened towards that. So I think this is my view. Kanchan, I would like to throw this open, and since you work with education institutions, uh, what is your opinion, and where opportunities are and where are the risks?
Well, I think that pandemic is creating a long-lasting effect and challenges. In terms of education sector, uh, there are many advices that education sector is not affected with, from the COVID, but actually it's been affected by the COVID because there's no physical classes. There's no interaction of students with other students, so they can get information. Now, the scene is that it is a war on talent. If you have some specific talent, you are in a job, in employment. If you don't have, then you have to acquire that talent. Now, we talk about digitization. So, there are many students who are not from technology background. They are maybe, for example, they are studying history, or they are studying Hindi graduates. So where is the employment for them? So there is the employment for them. Suppose for Hindi subject, they have employment online only. For that, they have to really undergo a training of technology, how to use, how to present themselves. So again, there's a challenge for them. Now, on the other side, if we think who are the employers for these kind of talent, they also looking out a workforce, a composite workforce where they can rely on, and they can give more information, more input, and in this process they can make more profit. But now I see there are many courses which are free online. So as I said, there's a lot of challenges in both ways. So what I feel the student should, they have challenges, and to overcome these challenges they have to train themselves more in terms of technology, in terms of how to create niche for themselves in this environment. So I think that is quite challenging for especially 2020 pass out students.
Excellent point, Kanchan. I think I like to add to this that yes, there are challenges, and like I said, there will be a period of adjustment because again, maybe organizations have realized that online works well. They might not want to invest in the real estate to actually bring people to office, but at the same time, people who just start work, the youngsters who just start their work life, they are missing out on a reasonable part of that experience where you actually work in a team and do things together and learn from each other. So that adjustment is extremely crucial because maybe this will become the way forward. This is what the new normal might look like. And acquiring digital skills is one thing. I think that is a given, but also the mindset that because, like, for instance, if somebody has trained to be a chef, where are the opportunities for them? Because leisurely activities, fine dining, this is one of the most impacted sectors. Yeah, so where do these people find opportunities? So is there an opportunity for them to kind of become part of, say, a business where they can actually still exercise their skills online and probably have a supply chain mechanism which delivers it to the end consumer? If someone has trained to say become a support staff, what about somebody who is going into say office administration? If they have an administration background or academics, where are their skills used? Because the need for a receptionist or for an office manager will become very little, because maybe one person will double up as everything, since it's an online thing. So where are the opportunities for them, and what are the skills that they need to acquire to, one, stay relevant, adapt, and be part of the workforce, not sit on the fence and wait for things to be normal, which nobody knows how long that's going to take, right? What do you think, CK?
So I think we all recognize the risk part of it, and the way Farida and Kanchan have given their pitch, it is very clear that some of the jobs will totally vanish from the marketplace. So things like the office administration staff will go, because if there is no physical office required and everything is moving in the virtual background, the physical operational side uh, will not be required, and those people who wants to build career in the administration side of it will have to acquire new skills and find new jobs. So I think it's very clear, Farida, to answer your question, we all agree that the risks are identified. So going back to the subject for opportunities, which are relevant for batch of 2020, I think the opportunities can be in different areas. It's very clear that people have to get digital, they have to leverage the digital platform. So let's break it down into segments. Let's say somebody wants to become we will only focus on the non-IT side of it, because IT is very clear. They can immediately get onto the bandwagon of digital platform. But if somebody wants to get into an arena of, like a mechanic or like a chef or, cook, for example. So these are all non-digital activities. What are the opportunities for these type of people who are good in their subject but don't know where to find opportunities, where to find jobs, where to find a business opportunity? So what is your opinion on those? Let's focus one by one. Kanchan, you want to pick up category of cook or anything?
I would like to add that opportunities are there's a whole shift in terms of opportunities. So I think the ground is open for professionals who are willing to do jobs in community services, which is there in health services, which is there, the opportunities are there, the employment is there. Then again, because there's a shift altogether. So people who are from non IT background, they should focus on health related sectors, or they are open to, suppose for example, translation of one language to other. So there's a lot of opportunity. They should be ready to learn new language. So it is kind of, it's a war of talent, I said. So you have to be talented, you acquire a lot of skills to really add at the moment in this in this COVID era. It's not yet post COVID era. So but I feel you have to acquire more of talent, more of skill to really get along in employment market.
So just to add to what Kanchan is saying, I would like to say that if you are an oxygen manufacturer, right? So you don't have to really exert hard, because in the COVID thing, all you have to do is produce oxygen from the atmosphere, put it in a cylinder, and then you have a ready business. So I think it's a no-brainer. I mean, you want to set up a medical healthcare services based business, there are a lot of opportunities. The problem is related to the youngsters who are passing out in 2020. Where are the opportunities? I mean, imagine yourself, when we were passing out, we had no clue where we will end up. So there will be campus interviews. We got selected by some company. We got into internship, and then from there our career started. And then after that, after the internship period was over, we were destined to become what we were based on what internship we did in the initial states. So I think that is where the moot question of today's discussion is: what are the opportunities for people who are not in the IT segment, but in other walks of life, like chef, office administration, things like that. Where are the opportunities?
Okay, I feel that if any young student who is passing out from this current batch, and if we take an example of chef, so now the opportunity is all, as we know, is online. So for that online, where we have to create a course, we start giving these courses, all unique courses. It's not the daily cooking which we are talking for the chef. So in this segment also, we have to be open to ideas. Learning outcome has to be very, very crucial. So we have to give these kind of courses. So I think that is one aspect of when we talk about chef, or something related to hospitality. Like for hospitality, one subject which I think is table manners. So these kind of small courses you can give. You can give online education in there. So that is one employment base. What I feel is.
Okay, so I'd like to just pick it up from here. So, for instance, because if I were to actually offer advice to, say, a catering student who's just passing out, now, not necessary that from somebody who's not known at all, people are going to take courses, because I do have a slightly different, view of looking at it. But I think the core skill of a chef is the ability to cook food which is different from food which is cooked at home. And people actually, when they go to the restaurants, it's not just for eating. A chef is someone who creates a very unique experience for the diner, because they are expected to have this whole not just the gastronomic delight, but a visual delight as well, because it's all about being in that ambience, the ability to cook up something which is very not just tasty and appeals to your senses, but also visually extremely attractive. So this is a core competence of a chef. Now there could be a sector where people who pass out from these catering institutions, they could start off something where they give people a home, an experience in their homes of, say, a very gourmet kind of a cooking. So that could be one possibility, because it's not that this will never recover. All of this is going to recover, but the problem is in the interim. So when this is one of the options, because learning from someone and cooking in your own home is a very different ballgame. There is a lot that is available already. Somebody who's trying to, for instance, say create a career in the administration side, operations administration, they could actually become a virtual assistant. There are people who would require these services. Someone who's looking to be a mechanic, they will still find a job, because that is not going away. It's just this whole adjustment period, that what do you do in the time that the world actually will adjust to the new normal, because you're still going to need cars, you're still going to need mechanics, and these skills are something which anyways you can't impart them online. You can't teach a car owner how to repair a car, so they will still need a mechanic. So it is going to be, but in the interim, the adjustment period is slightly think out of the box. Can they offer services at the client site? Because maybe these workshops might not be functioning as of now, due to a lot of countries being in lockdowns. Is it possible to offer people experiences in their own homes? Is it possible to actually deliver that experience? There are possibilities, because again, it will not recover is our assumption, but it will come back in some other form. Like tourism might not recover in a hurry, but local experiences might really kind of go up. Like in Singapore, the government initiative is that they are actually creating something called Singapore Rediscover, and they are offering money to people to use staycations in the local hotels to go and visit the local attractions. Japan has a similar package as well. So things will come up, but the whole ability to kind of be able to take your learning and deliver it for your vocational purposes, the whole medium might change. Like no longer being a flight attendant is your first choice. You might have to go in other service industry.
So very well said, Farida. I will take from there where you left. See, let's go back to the same discussion of internship of 2020. Um, let's be very practical about it. See, what happens is if you're, let's discuss chef as an opportunity. Now, chef is a penultimate opportunity in the hotel management area. So, you don't become chef just like that. You don't get trained to become
Yes.
chef. You have to come out of that hotel management and then eventually recognize somebody else recognize you, or you yourself recognize that you have a skill, then you become a chef. So it's not a one day activity really.
Absolutely.
In real sense, what really happens is you are a hotel management graduate, you get into a hotel management internship job for 2 years, and from there, the way you perform into various aspects of hotel, you get identified, and then you get built into your career line. So you have to do, administration. You have to do billing. You have to welcome the guests. You have to clean the bathroom. You have to make up the bed, and you have to also cook. And when you do all these different activities in hotels, some might get into hospitality, some might get into cooking, some might get into something else. So these branch out happens after you finish your study. And to get into this profession, see, we are all mature people, so we can think about it. Hey, I want to become chef, so I will do my digital classes and digital courses and I'll become chef. But that's not the reality. You have to go through the internship. The problem of that we are discussing today is there are no internship plan because the hotels are not getting any guests. um, what will happen to hotel management grads who want to become interns for next 2 years after 2020? What are the opportunities for them? I think that is where I'm trying to bring back the discussion.
Yes, absolutely agree, and that's what I'm trying to say as well. That these are people who would do everything, so they will not just be focused on getting a job within the hotel industry, because there are not that many jobs. There is not all most hotels in most countries are doing stay-at-home and quarantine notices. They don't have jobs for more people because they are trying very hard to keep their own staff. So for these grads, there could be opportunities in terms of being able to go into, say, online administration, the ability to deliver. If they are really good and they are trained as chefs already, they are trained to kind of go just in the culinary line, then they have the opportunity to deliver these experiences to people in their own homes. That is one option. Like in Singapore here, we have a concept called smart kitchens, which is a rented place which has a kitchen setup. You can actually, without having a restaurant, you can run your own delivery service from there because they have all the licenses and everything. I do not know if a similar thing exists elsewhere, but these are some options for people to kind of look at, because the typical jobs, the reality is that they are not available, or they won't be available at least for some time. And a new chef who's not known at all cannot deliver online classes. Even if they do it for free, it's okay. They will build a certain amount of audience, and then probably they can actually then kind of find opportunities there, but immediately they won't be able to start delivering classes and things like that. So they will need to be open, they will need to adapt, they will need to see what opportunities in customer service, customer relations, online e-commerce, delivery, what kind of options are coming their way, and they will need to be able to pick up whatever is coming their way.
Yeah, I also want to add in this that not only a chef is when CP is saying that he has to after graduation he has to undergo a lot of training in different aspect of hospitality. So when we talk about this, then it's not only that cooking we will do. There are some flower arrangement things which we can do teach people online. So opportunities are there for certain segment. Then you have to just convert those into a different segment and a different maybe different way to really go online and find good opportunity for yourself and for others also, because learning aspect is also very important. So if you are teaching and you want to really share your information, your education, your skill, I think that this is a platform. But yes, competition is there. You have to be talented, and the learning outcome is.
My only, objection to this is, or rather, my opinion is that they will not be able to start earning. And in isolation, there is only that much experience they can gain. So I would say that they should be open and see where the opportunities are. And I'm sure that employers also are open to hire people from diverse backgrounds, because this you trained, I mean, whatever you trained for, the world has changed completely. We trained for a different world, and today the world looks distinctly different. So I still feel that they should be open to whatever jobs are available, which can utilize their other skills, and perhaps when things start at least going in the direction that they want to, there is always a chance to actually move back. Who knows, they might start liking what they are doing in the new normal.
So, let's go back to the opportunity at hand. I think we have to, it's our responsibility to give some sort of guidance in terms of what are the opportunities for the batch of 2020. Um, for instance, if you go back just few years back, last 3 to 5 years, um, there were economy was booming across the world, and there were new jobs which were created. Things like you mentioned, Farida, kitchens. So we are from India. So India was full of kitchens. There are home delivery was a booming business. So it's not only the kitchens which were making money. There was new chefs which were getting employed because each kitchen was producing different kind of gourmet meals, and then the delivery was also happening. So now, if you look at the delivery folks, which are part of they are the entrepreneurs in some way, but they are associated with certain kitchens, and they were able to make up to $500 to $1,000 per day, just delivering the food from kitchen to the customer. So the situation of the economy right now in that small segment of society, the kitchens are out of business, the delivery guys are out of business, and consequently there are no job employment in this arena. So I think what I get after talking to both of you is that first off, the degree is important, but I think there are a lot of gaps in the vocational education also. In order to get groomed to leverage the digital arena, for example, Kanchan said that, hey, there are not only cooking, but there are some other activities which you can do. The problem with that model is that you still have to do something physical. But until you start doing physical, for example, if you have to set up the flowers, you need to go and set up flowers somewhere else so that you can collect money. But right now, that opportunity is not there. So in the interim, what do you do? I mean, the batch is going to pass out in 2020 and they have nothing to do. So that is where my point is that I think there is a gap. All these things that we are talking about, which are non-digital in nature, the jobs like mechanics, chefs, administration, I think these students need little bit of hand-holding, and that hand-holding can be provided by the online institutes who will teach all these small activities. So instead of doing internship, these interns rather do some courses, so that when the economy opens up and COVID goes away after 1 or 2 years, they don't have to again do internship for next 2 years. They can say that, hey, I've got these courses during the COVID era and I'm trained on these activities. So this is what my opinion is. What do you guys think about?
I think you are in the right direction, but for some people it might be imperative that they have finished their graduation. They need to start earning, because not everyone's family background is capable of sustaining them for the next 2 years, because planning could have been that, okay, this person is going to graduate and they are going to go and take care of themselves. So that's where I'm saying that probably be, so they can actually pick up some more skills by doing online courses and stuff, but that is very futuristic for me. Right now they should take up wherever there's an opportunity. For instance, there are a lot of freelancer platforms, and even services like a virtual assistant. Most people with a little bit of diligence and little awareness of how to use say text editors can actually deliver that service, because it's all about coordinating stuff and things like that. So maybe that is one option till the time they can actually find something concrete and keep upgrading themselves. There could be opportunities where say customer service. So basically, since e-commerce has boomed so much, there is requirement for customer service, because still somebody is addressing the consumer's queries, right, either via phone or via email. So there is opportunity in that area as well. In fact, I'll share an experience. I made a complaint to Amazon today morning that the microwave that I bought has spoiled. What are my options? And never before have I actually got a reply from Amazon in 3 minutes. Today I got a reply in 3 minutes saying that we're really sorry for the inconvenience. We have these slots available for them to pick up your product and we will replace it free of cost. That just proves one thing, that they probably have ramped up their customer service. Maybe people are working from home and the response time is become much better, because again, in the digital world, even if they are Amazon or they are anyone else, they are also competing for business, and they will have opportunities where they will hire people to address queries, for instance. Yeah. uh, Call centers have not gone out of business, because they are still functioning. If today I have a problem with my phone, I am still calling somebody. So there are opportunities in that area, and I don't think that's going to shrink at any point in time. That's only going to expand. So I am saying that while you can pick up other skills, you can do digital skills in your own time. You need something to sustain, and probably this could be the way forward.
I would like to add to this in terms of opportunity. I think there are new opportunities in the area of editors. There are opportunities in terms of video content editor, um,
Yes, absolutely.
text editors, curators. I think these are new areas where people can pick up skills, and if they are on the creative side, they can try their luck in entering into these areas. Maybe get associated with some senior people, learn the tricks, and then be on their own. Kanchan, what is your opinion on this?
Yeah, I agree with the points you made about the hand holding of these young students, and I also agree with Faiza's point when it's a buffer time, so you take up whatever is available, and in the meantime you groom yourself, because I also feel there's a always is there a shift in the operation system also, like Faida quoted Amazon. Now we have a lot of opportunity in supply chain. Things are every company wants to really satisfy the customer. Their customers also there. So there's opportunity in supply chain. So you just can pick up any of the job or time being. Train yourself whatever you feel like you feel that you are good in that. You train in that particular course. All courses are available online. You need not to go out. You can find out the suitable course online and train yourself. Then there's opportunity of in health sector. There's many opportunities are available in the health sector, like maybe in the supply chain in health sector also there. Then yeah, there are opportunities in education also. You sit at home and while learning, you can also teach your experience, your skill. And there's nothing like you start if you don't have experience of flower arrangement in education, but doesn't mean that. But you have the skill of how to really do a flower arrangement. So make a small courses. Start doing a little business along with the opportunity you are in. So I think this will make a lot of change in this current 2020 pass out students' life and career.
I also like to add something more here. So, there are opportunities in areas like, for instance, warehousing, like you said, supply chain. So, warehousing, that also actually requires people, because end of the day, if there is a shift to e-commerce, there are maybe 20 jobs that went away from brick and mortar stores, but 20 more were created in the back offices. So, it is just a mindset shift. Again, I'm saying that for, that period of adoption and adapting is a difficult period, because in my mind I trained to become say an administration manager, and I want to work in an office. I was not prepared to work in a warehouse. But the thing is that that is where the opportunity is now. So it is also a mindset shift. Honestly, we can acquire a lot of skills, and a lot of it actually could be, on the job learning. But eventually it's a mindset shift. It's, adopting and adapting to what is available, and then, being open to it as well. So my recommendation to anyone who's watching us and who's a new grad passing out would be that keep an open mind. Uh, who knows? You might start liking what you're doing, because we do not know how the new normal is going to look like, and this might as well be the new normal.
I think we had a very good discussion today, and I just want to appeal to the youngsters, specifically who are passing out in 2020 or even next year, that if they are looking for some advice, do write to us, reach out to us. Our email address is listed at the end of this video. We are all here, three of us, to help you, to guide you, and also ensure that we orient you in the right direction, so that you can do the right activities for next 2 years and you build your career. You don't waste your COVID years. So with this, I would like to thank our guests today, Farida and Kanchan. Thank you very much for joining us. It was a very fruitful discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we will catch up again next Friday. Until then, bye-bye. You guys take care, and appeal to youngsters once again to write to us, engage with us. We will try to help you, to orient you in the right direction, so that you find the right career. So with this, I'll end this discussion, and we will catch up next Friday. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Live. I am Kanchan Verma, and hello friends. Today we'll be talking about rishis, acharya, saints of India. As you know that we have rich thought-provoking knowledge initiated, invented, discovered by Indians about many subjects like medicine, for example Ayurveda, which is world famous, ancient knowledge of surgery, discovery of zero, and also the art of living and a science of planet, and much more. At this point of time, I would like to give a big thank to Performance Work International for sponsoring this video. You can find the link in the description below. More about them after some time. So today I'll be talking about Kashyap Rishi. He was the father of Devas, that means angels, or we can say gods, Asuras, that means demons, Nagas, that means serpents, and all humanity. He married Aditi, with whom he fathered Agni, the fire, and Adityas. And more importantly, it is said that Lord Vishnu, who took his fifth avatar as Vaman, which is being prayed, which is being considered as God, the son of Aditi. With his second wife Diti, he fathered Daityas, we call them demons. Diti and Adityas were daughter of Daksh Prajapati and a sister of Sati, who was wife of Lord Shiva, God Shiva. So he is a very important person from the perspective of Indian subcontinental history and from the antiquity and parallelly for all Indians. It is said that Kashyap received the earth obtained by Parshuram's conquest of King Kartavirya Arjun, and henceforth earth also known as the Kashyapi, and also he has a place in the traditional Hindu astronomy 7-star, or we call it Saptarishi. Kashyap is alternatively really means is turtle in Sanskrit, and Kashyap is credited with the composing of few hymns in the Rig Veda, mainly in Mandal 9. He is also author of Trustees Kashyap Samhita or Bradha Jivikya Tantra, which is considered as a classic reference book on Ayurveda, especially in the field of Ayurveda, pediatrics, gynecologists, and obstetrics. It describes all the rituals to be followed from the birth of a baby, details like prenatal, perinatals, and postnatal care or education. The traditional cure of snake bite is also credited to Kashyap. So he has written all that. And also, according to Greek historian Strabo, the name Caspian and the Caspian Sea are supposed to have been derived from Kashyap Rishi's name. And it is also considered and is believed by Hindus in India. The Prajapati, who is also known as the first lawmaker of the earth, gave his 13 daughters, Aditi, Diti, Kadru, Danu, Arishita, Surasa, Shurubhi, Vinita, Tambra, Kradosva, Ida, Hasa, and Muni in marriage to Kashyap. His sons from Diti were Hiranyakashyap, Hiranyasha, and daughter Sihika, who later became wife of Viprachiti. Hiranyakashyap had 4 sons, Anuhalda, Halda, Prahlada, Snahalda, and who further extended the Daityas and the clan of Daityas. So this is one part of the children of Kashyap. Now Garuna and Aruna are the sons of Kashyap from the wife Vinita. Naga, the serpents, were the sons from Kadru. Danavas were also sons from Dhanu, and in Bhagavad Puran state that Apsaras were also born from Kashyap Muni and Muni, the daughter of Daksh. Now at this point, I would like to mention one of the greatest king of, maybe we can say it is our time, Genghis Khan, the Mongol leader Genghis Khan, who rose from the humble beginning to establish the largest land empire in history. After uniting nomadic tribes of Mongol plateau, he conquered huge chunks of Central Asia and China. Due to his exceptional military success, Genghis Khan is often considered to be one of the greatest conquerors of all time. Since 2003, studies found evidence that Genghis Khan's DNA is present. DNA, I mean, is present in about 16 million men alive today. So you see what is unparalleled accomplishment which is done by this great warrior. And we say it is in modern time. Now, when we are talking about Kashyap Rishi, we call him and we believe that he is father of all living beings on earth. So, Kashyap is being credited to be father of Devtas, Danavas, that means gods, angels, demons, animal, birds, snake, and every creation is connected by Kashyap Rishi. In other words, based on the story, we all are connected to each other. So all living beings are equal. Nobody is less, nobody is more. And when we talk about in Indian context, like there is a ideology, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. That means whole world is one and we are all family. And if somebody believes in that, I think there will be no scope of clashes. So going forward, Kashyap Rishi is also credited for creating and developing Kashmir Valley. Now Kashmir Valley is in India in Himalayas and is named after him. Legends state that the valley of Kashmir was vast high altitude lake which was drained by Kashyap Rishi, out of which the beautiful valley of Kashmir emerged. Hence the name Kashyap Mira, which is being corrupted over time to become Kashmir. After this, Kashyap Rishi decided to make this area worth habitation for people. Along with the laborers, he started cutting mountains, leveling the land. Everything was completed successfully, but there was a need for canal which could permanently ship out the water. Kashyap sought assistance from Shiva, who sent immediately a team of experts, and Kashyap requested Shiva to really inaugurate by digging, and God Shiva inaugurated digging this program of creating Kashmir Valley by striking the earth with the trident. A river flowed from the trident hit spot and it was named with Ta, and it flowed quenching thirst, irrigation and making cultivable area, and later it was called as Jhelum. Those belonging to Nag sect, because Naga or serpents also considered as the children of Kashyap, and they also got a place in Kashmir Valley, and other developing towns and people who were there, they left their towns and villages and they were invited by Rishi Kashyap to do a settlement in this valley. So beautiful houses, temples were built. And now there was a question, who will be running the government of this particular valley, which was created by Kashyap Rishi. The son of Kashyap, Neel, was selected for this task, and this way Neel is the first ruler of Kashmir. He handled the state administration very tactfully, and the panoramic beauty of the state attracted many people to this place till date. Kashyap is very powerful and important rishi of this land. Even God used to accept his command. You know, as the story goes that Shiva restored a life of a dead boy once upon a time, and when it was heard by Rishi Kashyap, he couldn't agree to that, and this could not pacify the outraged sage Kashyap, and who was one of the 7th great rishis. As we mentioned, he was a Sapt Rishi. Kashyap cursed God Shiva and declared Shiva's son would lose his head. And that story, you know, that Ganpati, about the Ganpati, the time, the god of fortune and purity, and how he struggled with this curse of Kashyap Rishi. Kashyap Rishi, the contribution is immense. He is one of the Sapt Rishi. and he is the father of all living beings on the earth. So I would like to end this show by submitting my greatest respect to one of the greatest rishi, the greatest saint, the greatest rishis of India, Kashyap Rishi. So now a message from our sponsors.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Hello friends, this is Akulmach Live and I am Chandrakant. Today's discussion is going to be very interesting. It's about senior executives validating, cross-checking their corporate health as well as their mental health situation with a well-known global guru. And this has to be done while maintaining a bit of secrecy. So how this whole process works is the matter of discussion today. Before we start our discussion, I must tell you there is a giveaway in our show. Stick around to this very interesting show. We will tell you in the end how you can claim your free gift. Welcome back, friends. And in today's discussion, we want to basically touch upon the very important subject about therapy for senior executives. And to discuss this particular important subject, I have a very special guest in the studios. His name is Mr. Mike Bradley. He is the Group CSO of RHF and Scale Up Arena, and he's joining us from UK. So without further ado, let me present Mike to you.
Good afternoon, Chandra. How are you? Trust you enjoyed your lunch.
Of course, Mike, all is well. This wretched virus has also started reducing a little bit in India, and we have just started the great Indian summer. The temperature is almost touching 40, so we are enjoying the heat.
Right, yeah, very nice. So you don't need to cook on an oven. You can just cook on the bonnet of your car now.
All we have to do is just step out of the house.
There you go.
So I think the subject is quite interesting, and that is the related to the mental health of the senior executives, and how we all can be therapeutic to our own lifestyle and how we can improve our mental health attitude towards others. So over to you, Mike.
what do you want to say on
Sure.
this subject?
Yeah, well, not just mental health, mental and corporate health. I've been running this session for executives, board members. I tend to do it one-on-one because it's quite a, I also call it the executive therapist chair. It's sort of taking a couple of hours out to take stock. And I think quite often we can get so intent on our concerns in the business that we actually forget to sort out the wood from the trees, as we say. So take stock of where we're at. What are the key things we need to be focusing on? Are we focusing on the right things, etc., etc.? So for me, and I found I've had very good responses to this. And the nice thing is you can do it over the virtual meetings as well. It's obviously very good to do it in face-to-face, but it can also be done online. So we can do this around the world, and it's always been received well. So if you look at my LinkedIn profile, you'll see that people have said various kind things about it, and it hits the right spot.
Very interesting, Mike. So can you tell us how does this work? It requires a booking of some time with you, or is it a repetitive process where you have to keep visiting and talking to you for half an hour, maybe once a week or twice a week? How does this work?
Well, basically, there's an initial session. If it's a one-man founder executive, I recommend, obviously we have an ongoing start of an ongoing dialogue, but we start with a 2 to 2.5 hour session. If it's a board of directors, I do them individually because I call it anonymized brainstorming. It takes the politics out of the situation. We talk about the key drivers, priorities, and what they feel is going well, what they feel is not going well, some situational analysis, what sort of things are sort of keeping them awake at night from a corporate perspective. What are the things that they wake up in the middle of the night and think, oh my goodness, I'm not happy about that. So we talk about all those sort of things. The idea being we then come through this sort of what I call the triple I process, which is ideation, thinking of ideas, incubation, and implementation. After the session with each of the individuals, if it's a team, you've got a number of key ideas and thoughts and options, and then we bring it together for a group feedback session if it's a board. And all the responses are anonymized, so nobody can tell who said what. But for example, if there's 4 people and 3 of them are thinking these are the major things that are keeping us sleepless, or these are the best options, then those are thrown back into the mix and sort of helps to sanity check review the tactical, operational, and strategic priorities. And then what we can do is, say, 3 months later, have another either review session one-on-one. Instead of maybe a couple of hours, 2.5 hours, it would just be an hour to review where we were at from last time, hone it. Yes, it basically is booked. It's a booked session. There's a per head fee. And like I say, it can be done face-to-face or remotely. Remotely is more efficient on all sorts of ways. Obviously, it's much as it would be nice to travel to India. It's not possible to do that at the moment, but the session can be run remotely with a quarterly update review. It becomes very much a therapist chair type environment, because once you start talking, you start to get interested and involved in what the person's thinking, what they're doing. You then want to become, get better involved with it. Come to think of it, Chandra, I should do it with you.
I think I can offer myself as a guinea pig to you in one of these sessions, and we can probably record it to demonstrate to people how it works. But I have very
No, I
specific.
wouldn't record it. I think it's very much. I wouldn't record it. No, because I think the information that comes out of there is what we call Chatham House rules. So you can say whatever you want in there. It doesn't go anywhere else. I think that's very important.
Yeah, that was my question, in fact. So you clarified. Thanks for clarifying it. And I have another question, which is related to how people start opening up. I think that is the biggest challenge we face today, that people don't open up. So what is your technique of making sure that these senior executives who are well traveled, well educated, how you make them open their mind and be frank with you?
Well, I think, apart from my natural charm, you mean? And my modesty. No. Well, the way it starts, of course, the best way is always to start by sort of giving a little bit of personal information, disclosing, like I tell them where I'm living or what I do and blah, 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 a little bit about me to show the human side. And ask them the same thing. So immediately there's more of a personal interaction. But then, of course, the best way to get anybody to do anything is to let them talk about themselves. So, because we're gearing this towards a business angle, it's not a personal therapist chair, so it's a corporate therapist chair, executives there. So get them to talk about the situational factors, their business, what they do, where they do it, how they do it, what was their vision, what's their mission. Get them to talk about that, and then they start talking. Because people like to talk about themselves.
Well, that's true, but many times people just do a lot of chit-chatting, but they don't talk anything which is of any sense, and because of that, they may not get the value. So I think it's very important for people to be very frank with you, so that you can offer them a clear and concise solution. I think that is a challenge, and I'm sure you are having a lot of practice making sure that people open up with you, and it's a closed door environment. Tell me something, Mike. Do you also do this in a group, like unknown people, not a board, but people from different companies coming together and talking? Is like a therapy session?
What we can do, and what I have done, is have the same sort of approach, but talk around a particular subject. So, maybe it would be implementation of IoT in manufacturing. And we can have people to go through a session with a similar structure, but talking about the challenges of that particular environment. And the idea being, again, to ideate, incubate, and implement around that particular focused subject. So that's another way that it can be done on a group basis with lots of different companies. Maybe it's, horizon gazers, maybe it's product specific. You can also do it within a division. So it could be a subsidiary or a particular line of business. It doesn't have to be just the executives or the board. It could be a divisional team. It could be a global team. It could be a product team. You can work it in various ways, and it is, it's a structure that I've put together after years of sort of living this and having the bruises from working in corporate life, to say, well, how, because at the end of the day, what we need to do is find a good way forward. And some subjects are too sensitive to deal with face-to-face. And we need to do it in a confidential way. So, you can do it in any way, but it's a bit like a brainstorming situation, in the sense you can throw a subject on the table. But I think if you're looking particularly around a team, say in a division, you've got to be very careful of the politics, because one particular member of the team may have it in somebody else, or the politics can play too much of a part in the discussion. So even with if it was a subject, throw the subject on the table, use the structure that I've got to actually go through the subject. That's fine. But I think if it's a division, if it's a team, I still believe it's better to do the one-on-one sessions and then bring it back with a collective review of what has been said. And like I say, if you've got a team of 5 people and 3 people in the room have said this thing, even though it might have been not the leader's chosen strategy, it might be worth reviewing and considering it as a good idea for the future.
Fantastic. So that brings me to the last question, which is how people reach out to you. Is there a web services based appointment system, or they just call you? How does it work?
No, they can reach out to me via my usual email address, via yourselves, via Scale Up Arena. If you go on to scaleuparena.com, you will find and type in executive therapist chair or strategic sanity check review or even my name, then you'll get the strategic sanity check review come up. There's a contact us button on there. Complete the contact us, and I will hot tail it across to you and sort out your challenge. Work with you to optimize your opportunities.
Excellent, Mike. I think this is one side of your offerings I came to know today, and it was very pleasing to hear the methodology and kind of work, which is very, very important and more relevant in today's environment. So I think people who are listening can reach out to us, Akulmach, or they can directly reach out to Mike, or they can go to scaleuparena.com and reach out to Mike through that route. So
and what I will say as well, Chandra, is if somebody comes through and says that they've come via Akulmach, I will give a 20% discount on the pricing.
Excellent. So I think this is an offer which if you're using Akulmach as a reference point, you will get 20% discount. So people who want to leverage this particular offer, they can. And Mike, it was lovely talking to you today. It was my pleasure, and probably we can have a session sometime this week or next week. But
Yep.
I'll catch up on our shows at the same time, same
Yep.
subject.
We'll schedule a 90-minute, and I'll go through it with you. We'll do an executive therapist chair for you, Chandra. And I'll see those furrow brow release afterwards.
Sure. Look forward to it, Mike.
Pleasure to talk to you as always.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like button. Hello friends, this is Akulmach Live. My name is Chandrakant. Today we want to discuss how you can actually win more clients using the legitimate policies and practices available provided by social media, and what has gone wrong to the age-old tried method of doing drip marketing. And this is very, very important episode. So please stick around as an outstanding show coming up. Friends, also want to remind that there is a free giveaway. So stick around till the end of the video. We will tell you how you can win your free giveaway. Hello friends, let me welcome my guest today. His name is Mr. Nevagun and he's chairman of MindFit Limited. He's joining us from London. So without further ado, let me invite Neville to the show.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. A bright sunny day in London, even if it's a little cold. We've got an exciting subject to talk about today. And I suppose it's in the digital transformation arena. Although for those people that know me very well, I don't like talking about digital transformation because transformation doesn't exist. It's an evolution, it's a change. It's actually getting used to the changing environment that's out there. And digital is only one. But we're going to talk about lead generation today. So, CK, lead generation, how's it changed? What happened in 2015? Let's go back 5 or 6 years to normal times, you know? when business was a lot simpler than it is today in many people's eyes. So what happened in 2015? What did you do for lead generation?
Well, it was a tested, tried model of sending emails, and you keep spamming everyone in the world using fictitious name. And there was a mechanism that even Microsoft favored it because you can send from one email, you can send up to 301 email. I mean, you can spam legally, and in a month you can send up to 3,000 emails from a single email account. So the Microsoft technology allowed all that, and this was used and misused by everyone. No one is spared when I say used and misused, because everyone across the world, they were spamming each other, and there was a cost to it. There was a CRM cost, there was people, there were managers to manage the campaigns, and the whole thing will drip down into 1 or 2 leads or maybe 5 leads in a month. I think that was driving all the business globally. After 2015, what happened was this whole drip email spamming, and there were more regulations came in, especially in Europe to start with. Then all countries joined in. Even now in India also there is anti-spamming law. So the whole lot of legalities are there, and because of that, this whole drip thing is going to spam folders. And because of that, all of us keep getting hundreds of thousands of email daily. We keep deleting them. So it didn't work after 2015. So obviously there was a need, there was a gap in the market to find a new mechanism to do lead generation, because that is where it starts. If you don't have leads, you don't have business.
Oh, you're absolutely right. If you don't have leads, you've got no business, no customers. So this is pretty fundamental to the success or survival of any businesses. And just going back onto 2015, because we were all inundated with lots of emails, we didn't know whether we'd opted in to an email funnel or we'd opted out, and they were still spamming us. But it came down to companies then became very precious about their data. So if they had you on their database, you would regularly get a call perhaps, or an email to say, you're on a database, thought you might like this. If you're not interested, let us know. But there wasn't an unsubscribe button at the bottom of the email. But of course, as you were saying, the laws started to change, and now every email comes with an unsubscribe at the very end. I've noticed recently how small those unsubscribe letters are. I mean, so if the main body of the email is, say, font 12-ish, so it's easy to read, scroll down to the bottom and the unsubscribe is like font 2 or maybe 4. So in other words, they're desperate to keep you on the database. And the advice that I would give now is, don't be that desperate. Be transparent, be honest. If you really are giving people an option to unsubscribe, make it clear. So that's lesson one of the day, because customers want honesty. They want transparency, even more today than ever before. And COVID, interestingly enough, because we're going to skip forward, because things did change in 2016, 17, 18, 19, but they massively changed in 2020. Because whereas before, the seller, you, the company, had most of the power. You had the data, you had the information about your products, even if you had a website, but you were almost in control. And the burst of the internet allowed customers to be a little bit more in control, so they could go and Google what you do and see who else does it. The reality of life is people didn't have time to do that, so they would go back to their trusted sources. However, last year changed everything, because now all of a sudden people have got time. And they're I don't know if you agree with me, CK, but people are far more knowledgeable now than they ever were before. In fact, they could list, half a dozen websites that sell the same thing. And they're just going to go and see if it's a product, if it's a consumer product, a disposable product, if you like, they're just literally going to find the cheapest, because it's the same brand and it's just delivered the cheapest, and it might be there quicker. And that's what Amazon focuses on getting you into a Prime membership, so that you can literally get it during the day, or at worst case next day. So things have changed. I mean, do you think that consumers in general are now far more savvy because of the time they've had to go and investigate?
Absolutely, Naval. In fact, as a seller, you have to be extra smart now, because there are players in the consumer market like Amazon and Walmart, and they are trying to fight for the market share. And when it comes to selling services, it is a totally different ball game. Nobody wants to buy any service from anyone, so it has to be sold in a very different manner. And most of the SMEs are and startups are fitting in that area, because if you don't know how to sell your services, then you will never have clients. And especially when you can't send emails and you can't generate a drip method of making a funnel, then obviously you have to have some other techniques to reach out to your clients, so that they can you know they can impress with you, and they end up deciding to buy from you. Usually, from my experience, I can say that about 7 to 12 touch points are required even before the customer decides to even talk to you. That means they would have seen they must see you at least 12 times in a period of a month before they even decide to even talk to you, because it is all crowded space. Everybody thinks that they are jack of all trades. So you have to create, and that is another point, Naval, I want to make, is that because of this crowd, a lot of people are getting caught in me too syndrome. Don't you think so, Naval? I think it's affecting so many people without realizing they are doing the same thing over and over again, and reducing their chances of winning anything.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, we'll coin a phrase that people heard last year, and there's a clue for you: herd mentality. Me too. Get everyone in the same place, doing the same thing, behaving the same way, looking for the pattern, in essence. But the interesting thing is, you mentioned a funnel and a methodology, because lead generation, right the way through to sale, is a process. And what I'm finding fascinating is that although the process hasn't changed, because fundamentally, what are you doing in that lead generation to sales process? You're capturing the imagination of the customer. You're making them aware. You're basically saying why you're better if they choose you over somebody else. Most good companies never point out the competition, but they say they're the best, and they say try us out. Some even offer a 60-day free trial. It's not a free trial because you've got to pay up front. So, and the likelihood is after 60 days, you won't be sending it back. So it's very clever marketing, advertising, if you like, but the process is still the same. How do I capture someone, capture their imagination? Now it's a bit more difficult, as you say, because the consumer is becoming more knowledgeable. Well, knowledge is power, but knowledge is very dangerous as well, because you might think you know something, but the reality is you don't know the ins and outs. So the key to this sales process, if we can call it that, is that hasn't changed. It's just the medium you use the sale process that's changed. So previously, the medium or the technology was email, well known, well proven. But even then, lots of small business advisors were saying you need to be on YouTube. You need to have a video. People need to see who you are. So all this transparency issue, people buy from people. How many times have we said that in the past? And now many discussions over the last couple of years. Now that arena is coming to the forefront. And we're demonstrating it here. You know, we're having an interview over 6,000 miles and we do it on a regular basis, almost every day of the week. And we know that that actually is what people want to hear. They want to see almost like an exhibition. It's a 24/7 exhibition. When you go to an exhibition and then you go the following year and the following year and the following year, after 3 years, you notice the same company is in the same place in the same exhibition. And they're saying the same thing, typically. But it's after that repetition, and maybe you said, you know, between 7 and 12 touch points, if you see someone at an exhibition 3 years on the trot, you actually think, oh, I can trust this lot because they're still around. And it's funny how the mind works, but that's why people say, I want that stand in that place, you know, next year. And they book up early. That's their sales process. So the key question is, number one, we're not going to tell you what the sales process is because you can go and look it up. Go and Google it because it's pretty much the same for everybody. But what mediums now have changed so much in that whereas email was a must-do, was a go-to, what mediums do you think small businesses in particular should be focused on today? What are the must-do mediums that you should be using?
Well, Neville, I think world has moved around more than 360 degrees many times now in last 1 year. And what I would like to suggest is that it's not only YouTube that is important, and it's basically all of them are important because all of them carry a different, all different platforms carry a different algorithm. So for instance, if I'm allowed to talk for a few minutes, YouTube picks up video and show on the wall of people if your delivery and your video and your subject is very catchy, which means that if your video is being watched, the YouTube will recommend more and more. So if your video is being watched more and more, you will get more and more traffic. That is how the algorithm of YouTube works. And the basic difference between YouTube and Facebook is how and what. So when people go to YouTube, they actually search for how. They want to know how this thing happens, and that is when your video comes up. Whereas on Facebook, they were given what is available. So that is where the difference is, and that is where the technology or your campaign will differ, because when you're doing how video, you go to YouTube, and when you're making a what video about your services or product, you actually focus on Facebook. Bigger than both these platforms is Instagram, because that is designed for a video distribution. And Instagram will give you more than 2,000, 3,000 views instantly. And usually these are all reel based offerings. So you make short videos and use Instagram to drive traffic either to Facebook or to YouTube. So these are the ways to do it. And the fourth is Twitter, which has tied up with a TV company called Periscope, and that has the ability to basically churn and create opinion, because of microblogging website. So you should have your videos fine tuned for Twitter platform. So all four are very, very important. And Neville, you must have noticed that now LinkedIn is feeling the heat. Recently they have started product feature. So far they didn't had a product feature. I mean, it's a pity. I mean, they are business networking, they have sales navigator, but they didn't know how to put a product there. Whereas Facebook provides launchpad for your products and services. So now they are doing a beta testing. LinkedIn is also catching up. They are now doing video platform beta testing. So all of these are very, very important, and all of these have different characteristics.
That's so well defined, CK. And the interesting thing is, people are going to say, well, how do I do that? And the interesting thing is, you practice what you preach, because you're already on, Akulmach is on all of these platforms and doing what you say. So the how to is always listed on YouTube. The what is always on Facebook. And it's so simple when you think about it. But again, not many people really understand the marginal difference between how to do it and what you do. And people, I mean, I Google all the time, when I need to refresh my mind into putting new tiles up or doing something around the house. And I will always say, how do I? How do I tile a bathroom? And immediately, guess what? All the YouTube videos come up. It's almost like there's this inbuilt mechanism that's out there, all right? And it is an inbuilt mechanism because it's called an algorithm. And that's where YouTube is actually focused on. And Facebook is focused on the what's. This is what we do. Do you want to buy a book? Here's where to buy it. The what, the what, the what. But the interesting thing for me is, who's coming up with the why? Why should I buy this book? What's the purpose of this book? And we'll leave that for another day, because that's a more difficult question. But it's the most important question to ask yourself when you're going to do anything. Why am I doing this? Why am I becoming part of the herd, a me too, when actually I should be doing something else? I suppose you might call that self-help arena, but that's for another day. So, CK, as ever, interesting discussion. I think we've given people a bit more of an insight as to what to do for lead generation and generate sales in this digital changing economy. And more importantly, I'm going to plug Akulmach here, because just go and look where Akulmach is, how it does it, what it does, and follow it, copy it, because it's the right thing to do. And then come back and tell us how it's working for you. If it's not working very well, come and criticize it. Come and tell it. We'll try and help you do it better. But as ever, fascinating subject, lead generation. Without customers, you've got no business. And I think that's probably where we should end today.
Absolutely, Neville. In fact, people can contact us. We can tell them how to do things. There are many things. It's not. We have just touched the tip of the iceberg. There is a concept called merge. So, if you contact us, we will tell you what is merge, and we will take that through and give you the strategy around it. But for today, I think we have spoken enough. Inviting people to communicate with us, and based on your comments, we will actually bring you in the next video live with Neville Gun. Until then, I like to say goodbye, Neville.
Goodbye, CK. Goodbye, everybody. Go and enjoy your day, and just copy Akulmach, because they're doing it right. See you soon.
Bye-bye. We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like button.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. Very cold day in London today.
It's calm in India as well. We have today's 23rd day of the lockdown. We have some more days to go. But more important thing is today is alphabet Q that we want to discuss. So what do you think Q stands for?
Well, you've just said it.
What do you mean?
Well, you just said it again.
Come on, Neville. Don't play with me.
Okay, I'm not going to play with you anymore. Q is for asking a question.
Okay.
It's as simple as that. And it's a question that comes up all the time. Business owners really should ask questions. And why is that? Well, we learn through asking questions. And we learn through asking the question after the question after the question. So let's explore why this happens. So you've got young children, haven't you?
Oh yes, we have two.
There you go. So that was a very closed question. You've got young children, haven't you? And you came back with, yes, I have two. So you gave me a bit more information there. And during the day, now your children are under lockdown, you see them all the day now. You can't avoid, despite being locked away in your study. One of the features of children is they ask lots of questions. So on an average day, what percentage of their day when you see them are they asking questions?
So the children are always asking questions. I think they have 80% of their time they're asking questions for small little things. Everything they want to ask a question, because if the parent says, hey, do it, they feel empowered, so they do it. But 20% of the time they feel empowered themselves. So without asking 20% for the 20% activity, they don't ask any question. So I would say 80%, they're definitely asking questions.
Yeah, and that's pretty typical, because even in the classroom, they will ask questions. The teacher will say something and the kids will ask questions. But over time, the questioning stops. It slows down. And we know that happens because now let me ask you from a business point of view, just on average, how many people ask questions?
Interestingly, Neville, the way you put it makes me introspect myself, and I really feel that nobody asks questions. In fact, if I have my discussions with my colleagues, my team, and even my clients, very few questions. It's like a job, somebody says, hey, do this. The answer expected from that thing is, okay. There are no questions asked, really.
And so over time, and it's a feature of everyone around the world. This is not specific to any particular country or district. That's the way things happen. But it's the reason why it happens, which is really important. And the majority of the time is that when we're very young, we're thirsty for knowledge. We really want to know, even the simple things. They're pushing boundaries all the time. So when your kids ask you, you know, I wonder if mum or dad are going to let me have this thing that I really want, you know, and they come to you and they suggest something and you say, yeah, okay. They've pushed the boundary, you know. It may be a really sugary treat that you think, well, under normal circumstances, no, but yeah, okay, they can have it now. They clock that up here and they know next time, what did they do to push the boundary? So they're going to push the boundary again. And we should be doing that in businesses each time, just pushing the boundary. So, but the way we push the boundary is to ask questions. And it doesn't matter how simple the question is or how difficult the question is, we need to ask it. Now, this requires a lot of openness, not being judgmental, because that's really easy. Because as soon as you start to get into these questions arena, so if I were to turn around and say, why aren't you achieving your results, CK? I mean, immediately I'm coming over as really aggressive and, argumentative and judgmental. How does that make you feel?
I think a person like me would have handled these questions so many times in our own professional careers, and even at home. I think in a family also such questions arise. But I fully agree with you. There is a way to question, and there is a way to answer, and I think that's a technique that everyone should learn.
And you're absolutely right. So you take the aggression out, take the finger pointing out, take the blame culture out, and ask very what I call third party questions. So this is, some people will say, work on the business. So imagine this isn't your business. So if you were to look at acquiring another business, you would have no judgment in your mind at all. You'd be saying, what are they doing here? How's that working? Is that a good fit? Immediately, you're asking questions. But as soon as you start to ask questions about your own business, oh, we screwed that up. Oh, we didn't do very well there. And the body language changes. So this is about what happened, not what did you do? Why did that fail? Those are real judgmental questions. So it really is an issue of forming the right question, having the can-do attitude to be objective. So when you've done a project, have a review. What went really well? What could we have improved? That's not being very personally critical or saying to anyone in the team, that was your fault. Even if it's good news, So the good news and the bad news will come out anyway, but it will be non-judgmentally. I'm not saying this is easy, because if you've done it a different way all your life, guess what? You've got to change, which may be more difficult. But you can practice that, and you can practice that on your kids. So, what one thing, if your son comes up to you and said, "Can I watch more movies, Dad?" If you were outside the yes and the no, what could you say to your child that would get him to think?
See,
put you on the spot again. You see, you don't get off lightly here.
So like the kids are doing negotiations, I think we are also doing negotiations. We'll say, okay, only one movie, not more. So it's like we are saying, yes, go ahead and watch your movie, but restrict to only one. So we are setting the conditions.
Okay. What about letting your son set the conditions?
Oh, they do all the time. They are the ones.
Of course they do. But what about when you say, he says, Dad, can I watch another movie? And you say, well, why do you want to watch another movie? Immediately puts him on the back foot. You know, he's a young child, you know. But the point is, each time he's asking questions, he's always got a yes and no answer. Most kids do. Parents are like that all the time. It's yes and no. Because we want to get rid of it. These aren't really important issues that we're dealing with all the time. If it's important, you might think about it a bit more. And parents will either say, well, maybe. What's maybe? Maybe's not an answer at all, actually. In fact, my children would turn around and say, well, that means no then. Because you haven't made a decision. So if you were to ask, and let's take it away from the children, let's take it into the business now. Someone comes up with, an employee comes up with, here's the answer. You know, you could actually turn around and say, well, what does it mean then? Really simple, you know. Now you've done the project, what does it mean? And by that way, you're getting them to think and getting them to grow. So we can do an awful lot internally asking questions so that the next time they come with a prepared thought process. Because if you're going to consistently say, so what does that mean? You know, if you were to do that again, how would you do it better? Immediately, you know, they're getting to think. More importantly, you're getting them engaged. And the more engaged your employees get, the more productive they become. They actually feel as though they're not just salaried and they're not just taking their wage every month, they're actually contributing to the organisation. So asking questions internally and be very open with the arena, you know, not argumentative, you know, not poking the finger, not being dictatorial. Asking, so what's happening? Why is this happening? What could we do better? Where did we go wrong? How can I help you improve next time? These are not, you know, not difficult questions to think of. And if you struggle with them, then go and write a few down and say, is that argumentative? You know, am I pointing a finger with that question? And practice it a bit, you know, and the more you practice, actually the easier it will be. So we're back to that little P again from yesterday, you know, practice, practice, practice. And it's the right practice that makes perfect. So practice these questions. Does this make sense? I mean, is it rocket science? Do you think it's hard to do?
It's not at all hard to do. In fact, it's very logical what you're saying. But interestingly, we are, at least, you know, what I've seen in my own circle, we are more diplomatic with our kids than our own employees. So we try to balance it out when we talk to kids. Hey, let's have a, you know, leading conversation. But with the employees, I think, or it's both ways. Even employees, you know, don't talk to the boss in that same manner. So diplomacy is slightly less. It's more of a confinement.
Yep, I understand that. And but like anything else, if we're going to be collaborative moving forward, and attract the right customer, the right client, that's going to be a really good relationship, then again you need to adopt the same approach. Ask questions. What's your problem? How have you solved it in the past? Did it make a long-term impact? Are you open to other considerations? Question, question, question. You know, when we're 3 years old, the only thing we've got in our mind is, I'm either happy with what I'm doing, or I'm going to ask a question because I want something else. So when we used to go on holiday, you know, all the kids would pile in the back of the car, and by the end of the street, one of us would say, are we nearly there yet? Have we got any sandwiches? Can I have a drink? We've just left the house. No. So within 100 yards, we're bored. You know, and then, you know, My parents, like every other parent, would say, well, let's play a game, I Spy. Well, that works for about half an hour. And then there's only so many lampposts that you can go past, you know. I Spy reminded like something with L, lamppost. Oh yes, Neville's turn. You know? So, but we constantly ask questions. Now's the opportunity to ask questions in the business. But again, it's a question of the focus of the question. Make it inanimate. And if you haven't done this in the past, because many people don't do this, write it down. Write down the question and say, is that judgmental? Is that argumentative? And if you think yes, then cross it out. Don't ask the question. And you'll come to a list of 5 or 6 that you can consistently ask. And when you're consistent with that questioning, your employees, your customers actually will think about a few of the answers before they come back to you. And then you can go back actually with the more detailed question, which is really going to get to the problem. Again, this is not rocket science. We don't have 14 years worth of questioning in school, but we do, because every child asks the teacher a question. We do 14 years of maths. In the maths lessons, there's questions. That's how we learn. It's not difficult to understand this. It's what you might call common sense, but make it your common practice. And the solution is simple. You know, you can go today, and everyone can go today and just write down some questions and see, I ask that question regularly. Is that argumentative? Is that pointing out a problem and blaming people? Am I the one to blame? You know, so cross the question out. Put another question. And this can be done really quickly. You just got to take a little bit of time out, a bit of introspection, and think. And then you can go to your team and say, every time we do a project, why don't we answer these questions? You know, did we enjoy what we did? Did we get the result we wanted? Notice the language. Did we, us. Hardly ever me and you. Does that make sense?
In fact, Neville, thank you for clearing my mind today. And I got an idea that, you know, once this session is over, I'm going to set up a process in my company where we will have a stand-up meeting every week, once a week, for an hour, where everybody can ask any question. No process.
Brilliant idea. Yeah.
Anything that comes to mind, please come and ask anyone.
Just brilliant. And once you start that off and you continue it, I'd like you to feedback, you know, write a blog, you know, do a little video about it. Get one of your employees to do a video about it. You know, how does it make them feel? Do they feel they're more engaged in the organization? Are they happier? Because happiness is a byproduct of something you're doing. If you're really in the zone and really enjoying what you're doing, of course you can be happy. Even when you're filling out a tax return, because you're doing it quickly, that makes me very happy because I can get the rubbish out of the way quickly and get on to more important things. So I think that's a fantastic idea, you know, and you've now said it and it's been recorded and you're going to put it out there. So now your employees are going to say, CK said this, we're going to make it happen.
Oh, definitely. So we will set up this as a process, because that's the whole point on you know, discussing these things. If we can't practice it, what's the point? So I'm
absolutely
practice.
Absolutely. So, Q, you started off asking questions. We're going to finish asking a question to everybody. What are you going to do?
I will also ask the question. What else? I will
What else? What else? Well, today was an easy cue. I don't think many people thought we would get to the question, but even so, we did. So now the issue is, what are you going to do? You know, take the advice. What are you going to do with it? Because it's important. So get on with it.
Yes, certainly. And it was such a nice session I had with you, Neville. Thank you so much for your time. And we'll catch up tomorrow again with another alphabet.
Another trip through the alphabet.
Certainly.
Take care, CK. Have fun. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
High five.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live, and I am Chandrakant. Yesterday we talked about Tesla deciding to allow other electric vehicles from other manufacturers to come and use their charge points and charge their vehicles. So I think there is a little bit of standardization which is going to happen. That means a plug which will be standard across all EVs. And today we are talking about the next leap in battery or energy storage technology. And for this discussion, I will be joined by a very special guest joining us from UK. Before we start the discussion, I have to tell you that there is this QR code using which you can get connected with us instantly. All you have to do is point your mobile phone camera on this QR code and you will be connected with us. So friends, don't go anywhere. I'll be joining back with my friends in a moment. Welcome back, friends. And today we have Mr. Neville Gunt as our guest. He's joining us from UK, and we have a very interesting subject to discuss, and it's about the new advancements in electric vehicle or electric propulsion or electricity store and use technology. So, Neville, welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. I'm doing really well, actually. We're in the summer in the UK. You wouldn't believe it with the rain that's falling outside, but or maybe that's what people expect of the UK. But yes, doing very well. Looking forward to this discussion today, which follows on from our discussion about charging, electric charging vehicles, and the way that we're looking at, or the way that Tesla is now looking at being less of a monopoly and more in the collaborative arena, let's say, by allowing lots of people, anyone, to plug into their charging stations using their universal plugs, which is great. It's good news. And today we're going to talk about something that will enhance that arena. So as we all know, one of the biggest problems that we have is storing energy in batteries. And then actually physically getting to the point where, I mean, where are all these, Tesla units going to get their energy from? So look, that's the expansive discussion we're going to have today. And in essence, CK, I suppose we're going to be talking about capacitors, aren't we?
Absolutely, Neville. In fact, battery development has reached its peak. And this is as much juice as we can get is already coming out from alkaline batteries today. So what is the way out? Because with the normal batteries, even high output batteries can take you up to only 200 miles with such a heavy weight. Because if you increase the batteries in your vehicle or your aircraft, it will never take off. So the challenge really is the energy density. And the solution that we can think of is storing the energy and have an instant burst out into the battery whenever it is needed. And then the electric vehicle will become practical solution, and then it can replace the conventional internal combustion engines. Why? Because that is the second problem. Because yesterday we talked about charge points, but then charging will take minimum 30 minutes. Even if you go for a fast charge, it will take minimum 30 minutes, and that is not good.
Yeah, it's true, and we've seen a lot of advancements in the battery arena. I mean, just take your smartphone. And when those smartphones came out, the battery would die within a couple of hours, you know, because it was being used. And then all the advice was, well, make sure that you completely deplete the battery before you recharge it. And several years later, iPhones in particular have got a very long battery life, and these things don't overheat. And even if you do keep them on almost a permanent charge, it seems that their life of the battery is still quite long. I mean, it's probably longer than you would want to keep the smartphone. So we're making big inroads in a small way in some respects, because remember, your smartphone is quite small compared to the type of batteries that we're going to be using in electric vehicles. But we need to be thinking smarter. We need to be thinking differently as to how we get the charge into the battery. How quickly can we put the charge into the battery without the battery being disadvantaged? You know, in other words, without reducing the life of current batteries. So we've got some fantastic engineers around the world all looking at this arena. And naturally, they're looking at the solar power conversion into these batteries. So I can imagine, as we talked the other day about all of these, pop-up type energy transfer units that Tesla are going to be putting dotted around India and probably everywhere else around the world. How are they going to get the energy? And it's going to come from solar power, because they're not going to be, sitting next to a McDonald's or a KFC or what have you. Well, they probably are as well, but they're going to be in other areas. That hasn't easily got an electricity source. So we're really looking, I think, CK, at the transfer of energy between solar power, of which India is fortunate because the sun shines incredibly well in India, as opposed to Iceland, which doesn't get so many hours in the day, and the capacitor arena. So the advancement in capacitors, and we've seen that in Formula One, where they use the ERS system, energy recovery system, and I think some of the, and this is another arena where F1, Formula One, it's the motor racing arena of the world. Grand Prix circuits around the world. I'm looking forward to the first one in India, by the way. We need to have one there. But all of these advancing arenas where they're pushing the envelope. So where the likes of Bezos and Elon Musk and Richard Branson are pushing the envelope into the space race, some of those technologies are coming back to be utilized literally on terra firma. What can we do here? How can we improve what we're doing here? And I see a tremendous improvement in capacitors recently. And I think we're probably going to paradigm shift in the capacitor arena shortly. What do you think?
Well, Neville, actually, capacitor, for the just to explain a little bit for the benefit of our viewers, is a very simple device. It has no moving parts. It has no liquid in it, unlike a battery. It has two metal sheets, and they are blocked by a dielectric. So when we say dielectric, it is nothing but an insulator, like a plastic or something like that. Mostly ceramic is used as a dielectric in the commercial capacitor production. And today, so this is not something new. It has been there for almost 150 years. But what is important in a capacitor, it has a capacity to charge instantly within a second and discharge also. So if you look at our watches, they move precisely after 1 second, and that is being done because there is a capacitor inside the watch which releases the current after each second, which will rotate the mechanism of the watch. So what changes now in the capacitor technology is that scientists are working on charging instantly and discharging slowly, so that the capacitor can get charged from a charging station as soon as you plug in. It is almost like filling petrol in your car. You go to the petrol station, pay the money, get your car top up, and on your way. So similarly, you swipe your card on a charging station. Since you have a capacitor, a large capacitor in your car, plug in, it will get charged instantly. It will have 1-2 kilowatts of power. And then this capacitor will start charging the battery. So you don't have to park your car near a charging station. You can just get your juice within few seconds, move on and extend your journey. And the advantage is then we talked about Tesla saying, hey, you come and charge at my charge station. But if you have a car which has a capacitor, then all you need is a 3-pin plug-in with one earth and two electrodes. So you can literally charge anywhere. You can charge in a grocery shop. So I think that is where it is coming to, and that is really the bottleneck. The charging time it takes. I mean, if you look at the low-end cars, it takes 8 hours to charge, which is not practical. So you drive 200 kilometers and then you take 8 hours to drive next 200 kilometers. It's not practical, especially in 21st century. So I think capacitor is adding a lot of juice in addition to the battery, and then you don't have to really have very heavy batteries in the car. What you need is a balance of weight between capacitors and battery. And that is where it is going, Neville.
Well, as I say, we already knew that given current technology, we're almost exhausting the capability of smaller batteries, more powerful batteries, reducing the weight of batteries, etc., etc. So there needed to be another step, and maybe having a capacitor in the mix. I mean, there was always a capacitor anyway, modulating the flow, but maybe there's another sequence, and it's going to be physics. It's bound to be physics that we know, bound to be electrical theory, physics theory that we already are in control of, and it's just going to take that, excuse the pun, that spark where somebody's going to come up with another way of doing things better. And I really look forward to it, because this is where we really start to push the envelope. We start to push boundaries. And of course, you or I, we can explain this, but we're not physicists. We're not, electronic superheroes. But there will be one of you out there. So we're going to reach out to you today and, come on board and have a discussion with lots of people in the world that want to know what's happening. They really do want to be confident that the next step is going to be a step that they can accelerate. And the only way we're going to do that is to convince them that we're on the right track. And you're the person to convince them, not us. We can help you, we can increase the audience, but you're the person to come and convince them. So come on board, have a chat with us, and let's see where we go.
Absolutely, Neville. In fact, a lot of engineers can get connected with us, and if they are doing some groundbreaking, earth-shattering R&D in this space, for example, I've heard about graphene is being used in the new age capacitors, so they can talk about it. That will actually give them a footholding in terms of generating more revenue for their company if they are actually in R&D stage right now. At the same time, there are a lot of advancement in the hydrogen fuel cell technology also, which is an alternative to a capacitor. And the third one is really futuristic, which is having a degenerative nuclear power, which powers the satellite. But that's not safe as of now. So I think the best bet for us to move ahead, powering our vehicles, also powering the telecom towers in remote location, is the capacitor technology. It is safe. It does not spoil with a number of years. It has a long shelf life, and people who are behind it can join us and talk about which stage of commercial use they are in, and we will help them promote their product in a better way. Isn't it, Neville?
Absolutely. We can only push the envelope
that other people are already creating. So the whole point about this discussion today is to open it up, Pandora's box. We know we're moving forward. We know we're moving forward at a very fast rate. So what we need to be doing is bringing people along at the same rate. I think technology is probably 5, if not 10 years ahead of the layman's understanding. And what we need to do is close a few of those gaps. And in some respects, raise people's expectations as to what's currently available. But we're never going to win this war on our own. So we're looking out to all of you listeners out there to come along and help us. Let's spread the right word and get this good technology out there, and being used.
Absolutely, Neville. It was an interesting discussion, and we'll catch up again tomorrow on something more interesting.
Absolutely, CK. Have a great day, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach and welcome to the Legal Matters. And today is Sunday and all of us are glued to the screen nowadays and watching the news also most of the time, and we are hearing so many court cases being filed between politicians, and we keep hearing these words very often in the news, that is cognizable and non-cognizable offenses. So one guy filing a defamation suit and it is cognizable, and sometimes it is non-cognizable. So these are very technical terms. To understand in depth what is the meaning, what is the difference between cognizable and non-cognizable offenses, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Hello, Chandrakant. Thank you for having me on this show. And yes, as you said, today's topic, these are legal jargons, as we call it, and are, of course, not just complicated, but also difficult to understand for layman. And therefore, today I'm going to speak about this topic about cognizable and non-cognizable offenses, and also how the offenses under the Indian Penal Code are classified into being cognizable, non-cognizable, bailable, non-bailable, and compoundable and non-compoundable offenses. So these are the three criteria under which the offenses in the Indian Penal Code are classified. An offense is either compoundable, non-compoundable, cognizable, non-cognizable, and bailable or non-bailable. So this classification, which is provided under the Indian Penal Code, is based on the gravity of the offense. So if an offense is of a serious nature, like rape, murder, dacoity, robbery, then these sort of offenses are considered as cognizable, non-bailable, and non-compoundable. So what is the difference? I will explain. And whereas similarly, if the offense is, the gravity of the offense is not so grave and it is not a very serious offense, like say cheating or forgery or say defamation, then these sort of offenses are non-cognizable, bailable, and compoundable. So the difference between a cognizable and a non-cognizable case is that in a cognizable offense, the police has the power to arrest the accused without the warrant of the court. And whereas in a non-cognizable offense, the police cannot arrest without the warrant from a court. So this is the basic difference between these two categories of offenses. A cognizable offense is always a serious offense, whereas a non-cognizable offense is not a serious offense, and where the maximum punishment is 3 years or less than 3 years. So another classification which the Indian Penal Code prescribes is that an offense which has a punishment of higher than 3 years would be cognizable offense and would be non-bailable. Whereas if the punishment is maximum 3 years or less, then such offenses, which are the gravity is less, would be non-cognizable and bailable. So non-cognizable meaning that the police itself cannot register an FIR. It will have to send the complainant to the court, and only after taking permission from court, the police will be in a position to investigate, and thereafter, after the arrest warrant, they can arrest. So the accused person will not have to go to court in order to approach request for either anticipatory bail or bail, because the police itself at the police station would be able to grant bail to the accused person. So the arrest would not be imminent, and arrest would not take place in a non-cognizable and bailable offense. So this is the first difference. Whereas in a cognizable and non-bailable offense, cognizable in the sense that the police will have the authority to register the FIR without sending the complainant to the concerned metropolitan magistrate or a concerned magistrate, a judicial magistrate first class, and the police can itself start the investigation immediately upon the receipt of the information of a cognizable offense. So the police has the power to investigate a cognizable offense from the moment when the police gets the information that an offense, which is in the nature of a cognizable offense, is committed. So any person who sees, witnesses, or is a victim of any offense brings to the notice of the police officer the commission of a cognizable offense, the police will immediately first register in its diary and thereafter issue a first information report, which is known as the FIR, which is also considered to be the starting point of the criminal investigating agency. The machinery of the criminal, the machinery sets into motion after the registration of FIR. So that is the starting point. The FIR, basically, you have to inform either a victim or any person who has seen the commission of a cognizable offense, has to inform the concerned police station that this is what has happened. And if it is a cognizable offense where punishment is more than 3 years and the code itself prescribes that it is a cognizable offense, then the police officer will immediately register an FIR, put an entry into his police diary, and immediately start the investigation. So in a cognizable offense, the police has much the power to investigate according to the code of criminal procedure. So it can carry out all the process of investigation after the registration of FIR. So this is the basic difference between a cognizable and non-cognizable offense. Whereas bailable and non-bailable also, as I said, that it depends on the gravity. If the offense that is committed, which the Indian Penal Code prescribes a punishment of 3 years or less than 3 years, it will be a bailable offense. So in case if the offense is registered and the accused person is called to the police station, the police officer himself has the power to grant him bail. So he will not have to approach the concerned court, and the court will, the police officer itself will grant him bail. So this is the difference between a bailable and a non-bailable offense. Whereas in a non-bailable offense, the police has power to arrest the accused, and once arrested, the police officer can keep him in his police custody only for 24 hours. So within that 24 hours, the police officer will have to seek the permission from the concerned magistrate having jurisdiction over the police station where he is performing his functions. And the magistrate will thereafter decide whether the accused person has to be kept in police custody or judicial custody. So police custody is what is known as remand, and which we hear in newspapers and cases several times, that police is seeking remand. So remand basically is a police custody. It is the extension of custody beyond 24 hours, because our constitution itself provides the protection under Article 20 Clause 2 that the person cannot be kept in police custody for more than 24 hours. He has to be produced before the magistrate concerned within 24 hours. So once the police produces him before the magistrate, the police can seek for police custody, that is known as remand, And if the court thinks fit upon application of its mind and the reasons which the police are seeking his remand for, and if the court finds that there is a ground for granting police custody, that is remand, then the court will grant 4 days, 5 days, depending, but that cannot exceed 15 days of remand. So again, there is a protection given to the accused person, and this is necessary because under the police custody, the police would usually, and we are aware that uses certain degrees of torture upon the accused person, and therefore to avoid it, because under such coercion, under such police pressure, several times accused persons are compelled to give their confession, and therefore to avoid such circumstances and to avoid the accused person himself to be a witness in his, because what the police does is uh, using force and using third degree methods, they extract information out of him. But that is not permissible under the constitution, because the constitution also guarantees that an accused person cannot be compelled to be a witness in his own case. So even if I suppose I have committed an offense, the police cannot force me to give out information, and I have a right to remain silent because of this provision, that I cannot be compelled to be a witness in my own case. And this is a very important constitutional guarantee provided under the fundamental right, and it is the right of every citizen to remain silent when questioned by the police authorities. So therefore, these are important constitutional rights. And in a cognizable and non-bailable offense, the police cannot use any type of force or any type of pressure on the accused person. The police has to independently investigate, because police has all the power and mechanism under the code of criminal procedure which it can use and gather the information. It can go to the spot, it can take all help of forensic experts available, it can send the details to the FSL laboratories and get all informations which it can through legal source and legal method. But illegally, it cannot compel any person to be a witness in his own case. So that is remand, that is police custody. And if the police custody is denied, then the accused person will be sent to judicial custody. And the judicial custody is what we know as the central jails. So where in central jail, the accused persons are kept. Either they would be under trial, because till the trial is pending, they would be known as under trial, and they would be kept in the central jails in different barracks. So then the investigation has to be completed if the person is under custody within the period of 60 days or 90 days, depending upon the offense that is registered against him. Mostly in offenses where punishment is less than 7 years, the time period for completing the investigation is 60 days. And where the punishment is more than 10 years up to life imprisonment, the time period for investigation to be completed is 90 days. If and only if the accused person is in custody. And also there is a provision that if the investigation is not completed within this 60 or 90 days, depending on the offense which is registered against him, then the accused person is entitled to default bail. The accused person, upon making an application, will have to be released on bail if the investigation is not completed within 60 or 90 days. So this is a mandatory provision which gives again protection to the accused, that if the police officers are taking longer period than required in completing the investigation, then the accused is entitled to default bail. So without going into the merits, without going into what offense it is, without going into the gravity and the nature of allegation against him, the accused is entitled under the law to be granted bail if the investigation is not completed within 60 or 90 days, depending on the offense registered against him. So this is again the question of remand and the question of bail. But if the court, concerned court, upon production of the accused to the magistrate, rejects his remand application and sends him to judicial custody, the accused person also has the right to approach the higher court for granting regular bail. and the Sessions Court as well as the High Court, and also he can approach up to the Supreme Court for grant of bail, and that matter can be decided by the higher courts. So the third is, after bailable, non-bailable comes compoundable and non-compoundable offenses. So the difference between compoundable and non-compoundable offense is that a compoundable offense can be settled with the victim or the complainant, and the court can compound the offense and release the accused person. Whereas in a non-compoundable case, which is of very serious nature, because the prosecution is always led by the state, because the state has a role in ensuring not just that a proper and fair investigation is done, but also the truth comes out in the matter. And if the offense is of a serious offense, then the offense is against the society. An accused person who is accused of a charge like murder or rape should not be permitted to settle the dispute outside the court with the complainant by giving some amount of compensation, and the accused person cannot be set free. So in serious offenses, the offenses are non-compoundable, which cannot be settled outside the court with the complainant or the victim. But in not so serious offenses, like say forgery or cheating or breach of trust, if it is between private parties and if it's a sort of a private dispute, then even if it is settled, then the court can compound the offense and release the accused from further trial and from punishment. But otherwise, serious offenses cannot be compounded, they are non-compoundable, and the entire trial has to take place, and ultimately the court will decide whether he is guilty or innocent. So these are the three criteria or categories under which the offenses are classified. It is cognizable, non-cognizable, compoundable, non-compoundable, and bailable and non-bailable. So this is just a brief overview of these provisions. And I hope I've clarified and it was easy to understand for your viewers.
Absolutely, I think it was very crystal clear, and you have given a lot of details, and you have given examples, and you have given the procedures, and the flow of how things happen in the court. But one question that is coming to my mind, and that is, in fact, you have explained that who has the authority and all that, but many times it can be manipulated in the court, where a simple offense can be manipulated to become a non-cognizable offense. So, is there a possibility of such an occurrence where a simple offense like like cheating can be a non-cognizable offense?
So it happens several times that the police don't conduct a fair and impartial investigation, because the role of police is not just to ensure that evidence is collected against one X person, Y person, or Z person, but the role of police is to do a fair and impartial investigation so that the truth may come out. So, for example, if I may give you that in a case of suicide by wife, suppose if the wife uh, the wife commits suicide after marriage within say couple of years, and the allegation of the in-laws or of the wife's parent is that there was a trauma given to the wife by the husband and his in-laws, her in-laws. So then the police has to also see, not just gather evidence against the husband and the in-laws, but also to see that what was the mental frame of mind of the accused, what circumstances that led her to commit suicide, whether she was suffering from any mental illness, like was she under depression or was there any suicidal tendencies, and whether she was taking proper advice from the doctor, whether she was under medication or not. And if ultimately, if it is found that she was depressed, she was having suicidal tendencies, then the police officer also has to bring out those during his investigation and to give his opinion that whether circumstances existed that the husband and in-laws tortured the wife to such an extent that she took her life, because otherwise it would not be abatement to suicide, an offense which is of a serious nature, if the wife herself was having suicidal tendencies or was under medication for depression. Because then the reason is not that the husbands have or the husband or in-laws have committed such amount of torture against the wife, but it is her mental problem herself which led her to commit suicide. So therefore, proper investigation, a fair investigation, is absolutely crucial and important because otherwise it can lead to travesty of justice. And as a old maxim under the common law, which says that 99 accused person should go scot-free, but not a one single innocent person should be convicted of an offense. And this holds absolutely true in a democratic setup, because these principles are of the highest principles which the state has to maintain and follow. Because one innocent person suffering, it leads to travesty of justice. So this should absolutely be avoided in all circumstances. But this happens many times. Experience says that the police, if they are not able to catch hold of the correct accused, they catch hold of any person and then frame him of serious offenses. So certainly it happens that police also sometimes do not conduct proper investigation or frame certain persons who are not actually involved in the commission of the crime.
So, in such an event, if somebody is framed wrongly in a cognizable offense, what are the remedies? If you can share very briefly, not in too much detail, but if you can say that, for example, you can do this thing in court, etc., etc. So, very briefly, if you can tell the viewers.
So first, he has a right to approach. If he is arrested, he has the right to approach to the concerned court for bail. If he has not been arrested, he can approach for anticipatory bail. And second, the third option which is available to him is for filing of a quashing petition before the High Court. If the investigating agency has wrongly framed him, or if there is an abuse of the process, if the criminal machinery is put to use in an offense which is not actually a criminal offense but is a civil wrong. So say in a property dispute, if false FIRs are registered and the criminal investigating agency is set into motion, then the accused persons can approach the High Court under section 482 of the Criminal Procedure Code in order to quash the investigation and the further process. But ultimately, if quashing also doesn't work, and or if quashing is not allowed, then he has to face the trial, and ultimately he has to get acquitted after undergoing the entire process. So then it's a cumbersome process.
Well, that is the fear of most of the people, because when you're framing charges, and a simple thing like cognizable, non-cognizable may lead to dire consequences for a person, for the accused. He may not be the right accused, but then he will go through the trauma. So, is there something that lawyers can do to help him?
So once if he's acquitted, and if it comes to the knowledge that the wrong prosecution was initiated, then he can also file a complaint for initiation of wrongful prosecution against him. So that is also an offense under the Indian Penal Code, and that he can invoke. And also if the court finds out that wrong evidence was filed, or if a completely false investigation and wrong procedure and wrong affidavits were given before the court giving false evidence, then the court itself can also initiate proceedings for giving false evidence before the court.
Jeet, I think thanks for clarifying these basic stuff, but many times even the people don't understand some basic stuff, how the legal system works. And we have been hearing these words like cognizable, non-cognizable in the news, and it was great learning from you about these starting points of our legal system, where people can get some knowledge from our program and make use of it in whichever way they want to. But I think this is just to clarify the doubts of some of the people about what are the different types of offenses and how they are classified. So thank you so much for coming to our show and clarifying these doubts.
Thank you for having me, Chandrakant. It's my pleasure.
Friends, there are new innovations happening almost every day when it comes to space exploration. And space exploration is not the final frontier. We have a long way to go.
but it's definitely the next frontier. And when we talk about space exploration, I want to draw your attention to the middle school science that you have studied. So let me ask you, do you draw any equivalence with launching into space and throwing stone in the air? If yes, let me draw your attention to this slide, which talks about the science of parabola. And if you remember, this science of parabola basically gives you impression where you can actually send your rocks that you're throwing at an angle of 45 degrees, and just by throwing at 45 degrees, you can have the maximum distance covered. However, if you throw them high, then there could be a chance that you can actually throw them high enough and they will get into orbit. So it is like throwing your rockets into space, and by virtue of sending them at the right speed, at the right angle, you can actually put them in orbit. But have you ever thought about just drawing the examples of throwing stones in the air and drawing a parabola through the atmosphere? Have you ever given a thought that what it takes to send a spacecraft into orbit? And that is the orbital velocity. And when you talk about orbital velocity, is basically the spacecraft which is being sent with the intention of not leaving the Earth gravity, but reach the space and remain there in a particular set orbit. And when you actually send a spacecraft in an orbit, you actually design this spacecraft with that intention, and at that height, the spacecraft is supposed to do certain things. So you actually plan the whole thing, but the biggest obstacle is going against the gravity of the Earth. And that is where this formula comes in. This is a fairly standard formula, and this formula gives us the velocity required to reach certain orbit. So if you want to reach certain orbit, say example, you want to reach 100 kilometers above Earth or 300 kilometers above Earth, you know your objectives, and by applying this formula, you can get the launch velocity required in order to reach that point in the orbit, because other three parameters are constant. You know, if you look at the gravitational constant, it is a constant. We know this is a figure. If you want to know the mass of the Earth, it is again a constant, and also the radius of the planet, so that you can calculate the distance required from the surface of the Earth to the orbit. And so this will give you a orbit, the velocity required at which you have to throw your aircraft into the Earth's orbit. And then you can apply other scientific principles to come out with, what is the size of the spacecraft, how much weight it has, and in order to carry that at this particular velocity so that it can reach that orbit, what is the kind of propulsions I would need, how much energy I need, and so on and so forth. Now, this is with regard to sending your satellites and other spacecraft like space station components into orbit. And this formula never fails. It works on Moon, it works on Sun, it works on Venus, it works on anything in space, anything on Earth. This is a formula which is required to send objects into orbit of those planets or Earth. Now, what if you want to send the aircraft in the outer space? That means the spacecraft has to now totally get out of the clutches of the Earth and get into outer space. So for that, using the same formula, if you look at the speed that is required using the same formula, is 11.2 kilometers per second. This is the kind of velocity at which we have to launch the spacecraft and send into outer space. Now, this is a lot of speed. I mean, if you look at this speed, it is mind-blowing. 11.2 kilometers per second is something which is unachievable. I mean, you can achieve something like 25,000 kilometers per hour, but 11.2 kilometers per second it's very fast. So using today's launch technologies, the scientists basically
cannot achieve this speed from ground level, but they ended up achieving this speed from the orbit. So they use the Earth orbit to increase the speed of the spacecraft, and eventually it will go out of the Earth's clutches. However, the same formula applies on Moon, and because the Moon is a much smaller object, the Moon escape velocity, as we call it, is 2.38 kilometers per second. Still very high, still quite high, but not as high as required to evade the gravity of the Earth completely. But if you look at the Sun is a huge object, and Sun is so large that it can accommodate 1 million Earth inside it. The amount of speed required is mind-blowing, 618 kilometers per second in order to escape the clutches of Sun. So you can imagine, if you get into too close to Sun, you will be completely sucked inside the Sun, and there is no way you can come out, because this kind of escape velocity you will not be able to generate unless you have the right skills and right technology. So the friends, actually, why I'm talking about this and why I started by giving you an example of throwing a stone, because when you are sending your spacecraft in orbit, you are actually throwing them in the very high trajectory, and when they reach the orbit, they want to start falling back on Earth, but when they are trying to fall back on Earth, the Earth is also moving, so they cannot fall back on Earth. So this is the meaning of orbit. So when you are in orbit, it is a motion of constant falling, but you will never reach Earth because you are in orbit. So for that, you can use this formula which I showed you. However, to escape, to venture out on the other planets, to escape completely from the clutches of gravity, or to go to Moon, you have to use a totally different type of aircraft or spacecraft which can take you there. It is a huge, if you look at the Apollo program, the rockets used were huge. I mean, they are really huge, and the initial velocity at which they are being launched is also very high, and they will eventually attain the escape velocity out in the outer space. So considering all that, the expense of sending these spacecraft into outer space is huge. The amount of energy, amount of material that you need to burn in order to create the thrust is also huge. So if you want to send large spacecraft, and if you want to live a dream of sending large spacecraft with a lot of crew, I think it's just a pipe dream if our technology does not improve. So there is an innovation which is happening in this area, and this innovation will basically, you can get rid of sending these large spacecraft, and we can get out of this conventional use of the hydrogen and other or any other propellant, which is very heavy, very expensive, and you need very large vehicles to launch them. So this company called Spin Launch, it's basically a startup. Right now they are doing testing, and they are coming out with a different mechanism, and this mechanism basically is similar to a catapult. So as the name suggests, the Spin Launch is basically a huge centrifuge. This round drum that you see in the background is a huge centrifuge which basically has an arm inside the centrifuge. And by the way, the size of the centrifuge is much bigger than the Statue of Liberty. So it's huge. By no means it's small, but the amount of energy which will be used here is going to be much less than what you will actually end up using by sending a spacecraft into using conventional method. So what it does is that it uses some sort of electric energy or some sort of kinetic energy to generate a spin inside this drum. There's a huge arm which basically to which the spacecraft is attached on one side, and then this arm starts rotating. And when it rotates many times the speed of sound. And as it continues to rotate, it generates a lot of speed, and the speed keeps increasing, and you can actually control the amount of speed required. So
you will calculate using the same equation that we covered in the beginning. You will actually use the same equation to calculate how much spin is required at what speed, depending on the weight of the spacecraft that you want to launch. And once that parameter is attained, that means the spin is equal to the amount of speed required in the air to launch this spacecraft. The spacecraft is released and it will reach the orbit. Now this system will be much more less energy, it will consume less energy, and the promoters of this company, which is a startup, they are saying that it is going to be consuming 80% less energy as compared to a conventional rocket. And that is why this could be very effective method and very safe method, because the things are more predictable in this manner. I mean, if you compare the safety record of rockets, many things can go wrong because there are many moving parts within the launch vehicles. So if there are more moving parts, that means there is more chances of failure. Whereas in this one, you can attach the payload, rotate it, and then launch it. So the things can be very in a very controlled environment. You can predict most of the outcome. The weight of the payload that you want to launch in the space. So this way you continue to launch your spacecraft into space, and especially this may not be suitable for sending the livestock or crew to the space. I think the conventional method will be used to launch the crew. But a lot of these different components of the larger ship can be sent out into space, and they can be sent into orbit, where the crew can then go out and assemble them in order to make a huge spacecraft. Because when you're constructing a spacecraft on Earth, launching that spacecraft into space will require a lot of energy. So it's not practical. So this is a very innovative idea, and I thought when I read about it, I thought I'll talk about it today. This is a very, very innovative idea, less dangerous, and especially the components can be sent through this sort of catapult, which can be they can be constructed at many places on Earth. So it need not be on a launch pad or something like that. So these are very easy to use component. However, it requires a lot of R&D, a lot of testing is required. So I think they have started conducting tests, and they have launched certain things, certain payload to up to 10,000 feet so far successfully. And the company says that they will be conducting a lot of tests till 2030. The testing has already started. So I think that will take time. A lot of funding will be backing this sort of initiative, because this is going to reduce the launching into space by manifold. So eventually the launch stations that we see today, the launching pads or launching rocket, will be the thing of the past, especially when we are sending the cargo or things like that, or components into space. They can be sent into space at very low cost. And therefore we see a competition emerging for SpaceX now, especially in the launching pad arena. And so after 2030, I think a lot of exciting things may be in store for us. A new sort of competition may be brewing up. Friends, this is something very exciting to me, and especially when it is related to innovation, especially in the area of space exploration. Do write in your comments, and if you have more information, you can share your knowledge with us, and we will read your messages in the next section of Akulmach Live. I'll say goodbye today, only to catch you in the next one.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. My name is Chandrakant. Today in Doctor Speak, we will talk about a very, very deadly disease called typhoid. And, it gives a lot of fever, very high fever, usually when you contract typhoid. And many times people are not aware of simple things that you can do to provide solace to the patient and reduce the threat of typhoid. So, before we start our discussion today, a word on our giveaway. Akulmach works with many SMEs and startups world over, helping them in not only building their sales and marketing teams, but also help them in improving their success rate. As you can see, we have summarized our years of knowledge into these easy to follow steps, which can be used by any smart leader to promote their group or a company. In order to encourage people to take the right step at the right time, we have used this proprietary graph in our corporate memorabilia so that the knowledge can be accessed by whoever, whenever, wherever it is needed. You can become eligible to get one of these beautiful gifts delivered to your doorstep for free. All you need to do is to subscribe our channel and smash that like button. Also, please watch this entire video and provide your valuable comments, suggestions, or you could also share your experiences. Person with the best comment and interaction would be chosen to become a free recipient of one of these displayed items here. In addition, we would invite you to Akulmach Live to participate in our show as a distinguished panelist. What are you waiting for, friends? Go for it. Now, let's get back to our discussion. Friends, today we want to discuss about typhoid, and let me introduce our guest. She's joining from Shimla. Her name is Dr. Pooja Bedi. So without further ado, let me introduce Dr. Pooja to you.
Greetings, CK. I hope you're doing all fine. Thank you so much for the generous introduction.
Everything well, and I think our viewers and myself would like to know more about typhoid. And I think it's a very scary type of disease, and whenever there is a typhoid, people get scared. So I think you can clarify some of these doubts today.
Yes, CK. Absolutely. It is a scary disease if it is not catered timely, for sure. But if it is catered timely with the right uh, kind of treatment, it is not that scary as well. But typhoid, as we all know, it normally comes whenever the weather changes there from the uh, winters to summer patch. But it is not because of the weather change, it's because of the unhygienic habits that we tend to follow, and it leads to the typhoid fever itself. So, typhoid is basically a bacterial disorder or a disease which is caused by Salmonella typhi, which is one of the serotype of the Salmonella enterica bacteria. So, it has got different serotypes and they tend to affect the liver very, very dramatically. So, typhoid is one of the manifestation in which the Salmonella typhi, to be on a very, very understandable note, that it is a bacterial disease. It is called by the Salmonella typhi, and it usually comes or is caused only because of one reason, that is the unhygiene that we tend to follow. So the typhoid can actually spread by the oral fecal route, that we are pretty much aware of. That in case there are some kind of already pre-existing bacteria of the Salmonella which are present in the food, and if the unhygienic habits are followed, like for example, not washing the hands before preparing the meals or the food, you can say, so it tends to travel from one individual to the another. And it can happen, CK, the individual who is actually a carrier can be a chronic carrier. So he or she might not be having the clear cut indicators for the typhoid, but they become a good mode of transmission for the other humans. So it is very important to follow the very, very clear cut hygienic guidelines, especially considering the COVID pandemic that is going on right now. So it is the fecal oral route that is the main one of the main reasons why it spreads. Contaminated water that we tend to drink from any of the sources, specifically Golgappas. During this particular season, summer, it is relished a lot. But please consider the COVID pandemic and the typhoid also. It tends to affect the gut system of the human dramatically. So it can lead to, if we come to the sign and symptoms, it leads to very high fever, but it's not that it happens abruptly. There's a slight fever that comes, and gradually it increases to a very high temperature. So normally the fever that we speak about in typhoid is the step ladder fever. Now, if we look at a ladder, there is a slight rises there, then it tends to stay there for some time, and then again the slight rises there. Same is there with the typhoid. Unlike the other fever that comes during this particular season. So this is a very clear cut indicator that it can be because of the typhoid. So there's a step ladder, slight gradual rise of the fever is noticed in the individual, along with other symptoms like headache, profuse diarrheal disorders can also come up along with it. And in some cases, it has been seen that the constipation tends to happen. But since the diarrhea is more remarked in such cases, so we say that the fever, diarrhea, colic in the abdomen, headache, if somebody tends to feel the weakness, lethargy, there are dramatic changes in the diet also, in the appetite level. So these are the clear-cut indicators that the individual is having the typhoid fever. But uh, there are some cases, as you correctly mentioned, it can actually become a very, very severe disease in itself. So we have to be very clear about whenever the fever starts, and just observe it for 2 to 3 days. If it is accompanied by all the signs and symptoms I just shared with you, then it is a time when you should ideally be seeing the doctor. It's very important to see the doctor on time, to get the treatment on time, and follow the protocol, especially hygiene factors for sure, and the diet also, because one tends to undergo tremendous weight loss in typhoid as well. So it's very important, crucial to focus on the diet. So these are some of the signs and symptoms which can lead to severe, you can say later on, results if not catered properly, right on time with right kind of treatment. There's one more aspect, CK, I would like to add that we all are aware that antibiotics is usually given to treat the typhoid. But there is one more thing that we should, in fact, couple of things we should be very precise about. First is the kind of the diet we are taking if somebody is diagnosed with typhoid. So the first part is I basically divide the food into two different categories. First is to maintain the hygiene, the kind of hygiene we tend to maintain for the kind of the food we cook at home. So, considering the pandemic that is going on, I personally suggest to soak your vegetables and fruit for 30 odd minutes in, you can say, filtered or RO water. And after that, you can, wash it. So, pre soaking of vegetables and fruits is very much required to take out all the bacteria and you can say to extent of some other pathogens as well. And then you wash it and then you can just cook it nicely. So, avoid as much raw food as you can. It is very important. It's difficult for the body also to digest, and it can definitely contain any amount of pathogens. So, do not neglect the hygiene factors that are to be followed. So, this is the first thing about the food, and the second is the preparation part of the food and the kind of food we should be taking. So, I highly recommend to go for the moong dal. I am just considering the Indian population and the kind of food we usually take every day. So, moong dal is one of the best. Can say source of instant energy for people having the typhoid. They can have mild chicken soups, and they need to have a high calorie diet. With high calorie diet, I don't mean to take on, chocolates or on all this stuff. Better replace them with honey. Go on a high carb diet as well. There has to be a minimal intake of the fat. As such, the liver tends to suffer in typhoid, so we can't overexert it with add-on of food products like that are rich in fat. So try to avoid fat, try to avoid chili, and if somebody is a tea or coffee drinker, I recommend them to, if they can just lower their intake, since it's a habit, we can't avoid it. So if they can lower the intake. So more of moong dal soup, more of veggies, more of fruits that are rich in fluids. Why this is a big question, because in typhoid we tend to lose the uh, you can say fluid level of the body. It has to be replenished with the high and a good and a very smart way of fluid intake or the hydration we tend to take. So sipping water every time will not help to compensate for the fluid. that we tend to lose, or you can say a solution for the dehydration. The better thing is to take the lemonades, take the buttermilk or lassi that it's very apt for the season. Curd one can have, fruits that are rich in water content like watermelon. It's a seasonal fruit. So these kind of replacement of the fluid, or you can say hydration components for the body, are much better than what we tend to take it otherwise. So I had a couple of days back, I had a case, CK, of the typhoid fever. So the person asked me, can I take the energy drinks? So, so this is what I'm highlighting this point. Please don't go for the synthetic form of the hydration. Go for the more organic or the season friendly hydration tips that I've just cited with you. Go for that. And hygiene, definitely. Please wash your hands as frequently as you can, specifically during this COVID and the typhoid season that is about to come. So wash hands, take bath every day, be on a very good light diet, which is less in fat, and avoid food from the market for sure. That is the first recommendation. Again, the COVID also. But considering the typhoid can actually turn out to be a very severe kind of disease, and it can end somebody's life very easily in just couple of weeks span. So it's very important to have uh, food from the home. There's one tip for people who tend to travel. Now, considering COVID, since not much of the traveling is there, but whenever the people are traveling, try to carry your own bottle of buttermilk, or you can say lemonade or water, or washed fruits that you have done at your home. So all these recommended things are uh, there from my end. So be very precise with the hygiene. That is one of the mantra for to cater for typhoid.
Well, I think, Doctor, you have explained the whole thing in a very nice way. I think you have emphasized the importance of being hygiene, being hygienic. Wash your hands and regularly, make sure that you're eating the right kind of food and things like that. However, I have one question, which is. Usually typhoid comes through what? Is it a waterborne disease? Is it an airborne disease? Or is it because of the wrong food that we are having, or not hygienic food? What is the cause of the typhoid?
See, the cause of typhoid CK is very clear cut. First is having unhygienic food or stale food, or getting exposed to the kind of food we tend to take or tend to bring from the market and we don't wash it properly. So fecal oral route, you can say, is one of the factor from where the transmission of the bacteria happens. If somebody, for example, is a restaurant owner, is already having a typhoid and can be a chronic carrier of the typhoid bacteria as well, so he or she might not be having any indicators. So, but if unhygienic protocols are being followed there, so hands are not washed properly and the veggies are not washed properly, it tends to happen that the transmission of the bacteria happens to the other individuals who are consuming that particular food. So it is a fecal oral route basically which happens, and the contamination can happen via food, it can happen by water, or you can say any kind of fluid intake. It is not airborne for sure, but the main thing is to follow the hygiene protocol. That is very important.
I think you have emphasized this point quite emphatically, that the hygiene of yourself and the right quality of food you have to take. And you also mentioned some tips like washing the vegetables and soaking them before you actually start, storing them in your refrigerator. So I have a question related to that, and that question is about you when you soak your fruits and vegetable, is it the plain water that you're supposed to soak, or you need to add some additive like salt or something like that, or plain water is sufficient to kill the bacteria?
May I answer the question? Acha. Uh, yes. So CK, first is to pre-soak your veggies and fruit for 30 odd minutes. It can happen in the normal water as well as in the RO water. But considering the kind of water pollution level is there in your own city, for like in Shimla, the water is of very good quality, to be very frank, and in fact, it is applicable in all the hills area. So, just soaking the veggies in normal RO water will suffice the need. It will not kill the bacteria, but it can happen that if you wash it properly, it tends to take off the pathogens from that particular thing. But considering the metro where the water pollution and air pollution is on real high, so I'll not recommend, because that water source can be one of the reason for the transmission of the typhoid as well. So I'll recommend people have ROs at their home. If they don't have, just lukewarm the water a little bit. Soak your veggies and fruit for maybe 10 odd minutes if it is a lukewarm water, and then you can rinse it off nicely in the water and just store them.
Thank you for this very important tip, Dr. Pooja. And I think the last question that I have is about drinking a lot of pulses and soups. And you also mentioned a little bit non-vegetarian. If they can, if vegetarians are there, they can have a moong dal. And if non-vegetarians are there, they can have the light soups based on their choice. So why moong dal? Is there a logic behind only moong dal? Why not any other dal?
Yeah, that's a very good question, CK. That's a very good question, CK. Why I normally insist a lot on moong dal is, first is that it is a very economically viable option for all these starters. Secondly, it takes hardly any time to cook. Very easy preparation is there of the same. It is very high in protein content also. It's easily digestible. You don't feel bloated after having moong dal. If you compare it with the other dals in which the content is little high of the amino acids as well, so the individual tends to feel the bloatedness. But with the moong dal, the digestion is very easy. I think it is very taste friendly for the Indian tongue as well, and it tends to provide the instant energy also. And the preparation time is hardly anything. So even if somebody is living alone in a metro, they can do it by themselves rather than going for the synthetic options of the soup. It is very easy to make, a very good source of, you can say, essential elements and protein levels that we require, and it is very light, very, it takes hardly any time to get digested in the body.
I think, friends, we don't have to get scared if we are diagnosed with typhoid, because as doctor said, we have to change our diet a little bit. We have to be very careful with our hygiene, and we have to shift to a diet which is easily digestible. So, Dr. Pooja, thank you so much for coming to our show and explaining this very beautifully, very nicely to people in very easy to understand steps about this deadly disease. So thank you so much.
Thank you, CK. It's always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
And we will catch up next time again with some other medical tips in the next show of Doctor Speak. Until then, I like to say goodbye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today I have Roy, who is joining us from Ottawa, Canada, and he's the co-founder and CEO of
Proof Traders.
Bulletproof Traders. Yes.
Bulletprooftraders.com. Yes.
So very briefly,
Uh,
tell us what you do.
yeah. So we specialize in the foreign exchange market and the cryptocurrency market, and we are a team of very professional traders everyone had its own path, had its own journey, 15, 20 years in the market. And we decided to collaborate and provide a platform for traders, because trading is hard. Trading is very hard. So especially in the first few years, people need this reliable, credible guidance to help them, launch their trading career. So that's where we step in, and we kind of take these traders by the hand, and guide them and teach them and train them, but also showing them everything we do in real time, so they can actually copy to copy that these trading activities to their own accounts, their own portfolios, and have a sustainable income, right? And also just to help them to jumpstart their trading career. So that's what we do.
Very interesting, Roy, and I'm really excited to hear the kind of work your company is doing. But we are going through unprecedented times. This situation that we are facing, in fact, the entire world is facing, is unprecedented.
Right.
And I can share from my side is the entire country of India is under lockdown. So the entire country, it's comprised of 1.3 billion people.
Yeah.
So the entire country is under lockdown.
I think most countries these days, even Canada, Canada is all about provinces. It has like 10 or 12 provinces. Now these provinces act as countries. So all provinces are in lockdown, and you can't travel. For example, right? I'm in Ottawa, which is like it's right on the border between Quebec and Ontario. But since I'm on the side of Quebec, now I can travel to Ontario, but I can't travel to Ottawa. I'm on the Quebec side, which is Gatineau. There's only a bridge between those, and that's exactly where the border is crossing. You can go to Ottawa, which is like 5 minutes walk. It's crazy. That's how crazy it became.
Right. So in your city, you are able to go out of your home and move around on the street?
Only for grocery shopping.
Okay.
You have to have that excuse that you're going to buy food, right? Or to the pharmacy. And from 6 or 5 p.m. there's a complete lockdown. Yeah, nobody there goes out.
And in terms of social distancing, what kind of laws or regulation that has been asked by the government?
Yeah, so when you go to the supermarket, you get this kind of explanation where before you get in there, you're being welcomed by someone who gives you instructions in terms of social distancing, and wash your hand before you start. Wash your. They bring the cart to you. They give you that hand sanitizer, all that stuff. It's a little bit weird, It's obviously that's a bit of a weird experience, but what you gotta do, right? I mean,
yeah, it is
gotta do
for
what you
our
can do.
own benefit. So
Right.
how to do that?
Yeah, it's a little bit weird, but you cope, right? I mean, you adjust and then you just roll with it. Everybody seems to be playing along.
Right. So since you are a co-founder and a leader of your company, what is the type of impact you are seeing on your employees and your co-workers and as well as customers?
Yeah, so I've noticed that the work space, the working space is like divided into two sections. There is like the physical, type of business, all the stores, the physical stores, right? Everything that's outside of the internet, they've been hit hard. Those that on the other side of that spectrum, which is online, seem to be doing well still, right? Seems to be unaffected almost. It's funny, but with my industry, it even got better a little bit, because people now they stay at home, right? And some of them lost their income capacity. So they're looking for alternatives. And our market is still open, is still running, and people can do it from home. They don't have to go out. So we actually feel a little bit of surge in the demand for our specific product, which is trading, right? So that's, I don't know, it's weird. I mean, yeah. But so I can't say that I felt anything in terms of our activities, right? Our business activities had zero impact. So I guess that's a good thing.
Oh, that is very nice. But I think what we are seeing globally is that the way we do business is going to change now, because this pandemic is not going to end after 15 days. So we are seeing a lot of changes in the way we do business.
Right.
But it's I'm glad to know that your business is doing very good, and in fact you're seeing a surge upwards, which is glad to hear.
Yeah, and no doubt. I mean, the world is going to change from this point on, right? I mean, it's the way we do business, the way we travel. I guess is going to have some impact on that as well. That's going to change. Probably, we'll have some adjustments. But yeah, like you said, it's not. I don't think that's going to go away. It's probably, it can come back next year, and it come back in different forms. This is something that we should be aware of from this point on. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. The internet rules. At the end of the day, it's the best way to conduct business, because it has this social distancing built in.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think, Roy, if I may say so, um, it's important for humans to be social. And if we are not able to become social with each other, I think the physical distancing is sort of misunderstood. I think we should start using the virtual world to become more and more social.
Yeah, that's a good way to bridge that, right? That's a good way to bridge that. But eventually, I think, right? I mean, even in frontational meeting, right? Like physical meetings, is still very important. I mean, it's nice to have virtual. I mean, you can't really kill all social activities, right? Like physical activities. It's gonna be that's what humanity is all about. It's gonna be horrible. But I don't know. It's such a weird time to be alive in. I mean, I've never thought that we're going to see this kind of phenomenon in our lifetime.
Very true. This is first time for everybody.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be, we're going to I never thought, threats are going to come from that direction. It's so crazy. It's just completely, crippled the world. And you know what? Just think about it. It's actually kind of, I mean, the virus itself is not really that aggressive. Just imagine if it would have been Ebola, having the same spreadability, like ability, but being much more aggressive. That could be the next one. So who knows, right? So we're gonna be having to adjust, like seriously.
So what is the kind of attitude or behavioral problems have you noticed around yourself, around your community?
So yeah, I mean, the only time I go out right now is when I go to the supermarket, right? Other than that, you're not even allowed to get out. But when you go to the supermarket, you see people, you feel that they're jumpy, like they're a little bit, they're half panicked, like they look around, they keep themselves distance, and it's a funny way. I mean, I don't know, but yeah, people are shaken, by this. And we live in Canada, which is one of the most advanced countries in the world. It's a rich country, but even here, yeah, you feel it all the way, 100%. Yeah, I mean, it's as crazy as anywhere else.
Yes, I think the entire globe is going through major transition, And it is great to know that so far in Ottawa and Canada, people are able to have some conversation. They are able to go down a little bit. But there are places where you're not even allowed to step out of the home. It's sort of a curfew. So
Yeah. I mean, here you'll be fined if you'll get caught. Obviously, it's a problem to enforce this on a huge population where you don't have the army involved, right? It's just the police. They don't have that much manpower to enforce this everywhere. So it's, you can risk by going out. You'll probably be fined, but if you get caught, then you'll be fined. And these are heavy fines. That's what I hear. Like really heavy fines. You don't want to be fined for that, So unless you have a good excuse, I guess you're taking a bit of a chance there.
So, Roy, it was so much pleasure to talk to you.
Same here.
I wish you all the best with your business because your business is online, so you're not adversely affected. I wish you
Thank
all
you very
the
much.
success.
Thank you very much.
Be safe. And
it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure for me as well, CK. Keep up the good work and stay safe.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right.
Hello, friends. This is Akulmach Live, and I'm Chandrakant. Most of the Indians would be tracking the news about social media, and there are a lot of fake news also being coming our way. The war between the government and the social media platform is heating up. Some of the social media platform has approached the court. But what government is asking them to do is basically create a self-regulatory system. And this is related to whistleblowing, because social media platform has been used to spread news, to spread good news. And in case something is going wrong somewhere, social media is a very simple tool which can be used to spread the information, put pressure on the governance to take corrective measure. However, the whistleblowing arena itself is going out of hand, and this is the matter of discussion for today. Before we start our discussion, let me tell you that there is a free giveaway. Stick around in this discussion till the end, and we will tell you how you can claim your free gift. Friends, welcome back. And in today's discussion, let me invite my guest today. He's joining us from London. His name is Mr. Naval Gund, and he's chairman of MindFit Limited. The discussion is about whistleblowing and what is going on in the social media in the context of Indian tussle between Indian government and the social media platforms, and what is happening world over with the whistleblowing. So without further ado, let me have Naval start the discussion today.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And a very warm welcome to this interesting little discussion that we're going to have today. It's going to be about whistleblowing, but I suppose the bottom line here is about integrity. It's about who we are, what we do when we do it. Are we doing the right thing, or are we doing things that literally are right for other people or are right for us because it's helping us achieve something? I want to be more specific than that as the discussion will unfold. So let's look at the Facebook issue, which is probably not just Facebook, it's Twitter, WhatsApp, and anything associated with the Twitter and Facebook family. In India in particular, some laws were passed earlier this year, and some fairly simple requests were made around individuals' privacy, to make sure that we were protected in the best way possible. And let's face it, social media platforms have been put on the spot around the world about putting out propaganda, even though not generated by people in these organizations that run the platforms, but it's being used by terrorists, by people that just want to unsettle the world, that want to put out propaganda that's for themselves. You might call them influencers, but it's the negative arena. It's fake news. It's the stuff that we're trying to get off social media even before it starts, because it does bring panic around the world, and suddenly a belief and what someone says in print, in writing, is suddenly fact. And the reality of life is there is probably about 1% of fact and 99% of fiction and imagination. So that's the subject for today. So CK, let's look at what's happened literally recently with the storming of one of the Delhi offices. That's never good news for a media organization such as Twitter. But let's look at that in particular. What does the Indian government ask these people to do in simple terms, and what clearly are they not doing?
Well, I think there are a lot of global news a couple of months back, and there was an exposed toolkit about Break India conspiracy, which has been identified globally. It was exposed globally because one of the activists in the Netherlands, in her response, in her tweet, she accidentally attached her internal document, which was now called Break India Toolkit, as a response. So she made it public by mistake, and as a result, a couple of months back, there were a lot of people arrested in India because they were found in India, and a lot of people have been summoned who are outside India into the Indian courts for doing anti-India activities and planning it. And the toolkit has been so detailed that the exact dates and exact amount of money which will be spent on the road and on the social media, both are defined so well. And those events which are written in these toolkits are synchronized very well with actual events. So it is it is a proof in a sense. So at that point in time, Indian government came out with some regulations, and it is very simple. These are very simple regulations. They said that you have to regulate yourself. We don't want to impose any laws on you, because we want to maintain freedom of expression, freedom of speech, freedom of everyone's ability to speak out. So they don't want to curb anything, and that's why they said you have to self-regulate yourself. And that was a simple laws. And in order to do that, they said there was only 3 demands. They said that you have to appoint an officer who will actually enable you to do that, and that officer must be an Indian, based in India. He can be a foreigner, but he should be based in India. He cannot be based in New Zealand and make governance as per Indian laws. So obviously these new positions have to be created, new people have to be identified, who will then own the legal liability. Because in such cases, if the social media has been found to spread lies, and I just want to add to what you said before I started talking, Neville. These guys are now known as intermediary. They are not known as a media house anyway. So since they are intermediary as per the laws, their responsibility lies to delete any information which has been multicasted. I wouldn't say broadcasted, because the social media has the ability to multicast the fake news. Then as per the Indian law, it is the responsibility of Twitter, Facebook and WhatsApp to delete that information and penalize those people who are either forwarding those information or creating those. So this is the basic simple demand, and this is the background in short term.
And as you say, just picking up that last point, the whole purpose here is to eliminate fake news. Is to actually give people the facts. And interestingly enough, the Indian government isn't unique in this. It does things that actually they get it wrong. So what I don't think we're saying here is we need to be suppressing all of the whistleblowers that are actually trying to deliver the facts. And hold governments to account. So I don't think that's, you can't have your cake and eat it from this high position of the ivory tower in government. But I'd also like to go back to this toolkit. And when it first came out, I think I was a little surprised that someone had been a little careless in putting out the IP of the organization, because that's what it was. It was very clever, very coordinated PR document about, if this happens, this, then this, then this, then this. And we can see how orchestrated any PR needs to be, any marketing needs to be. You don't take this and, you don't put a little video out there and just hope it goes viral. You get your friends to go and like it and share it, and get feedback on it. And that's how things go viral. And I don't think that the toolkit, in many respects, despite the fact they actually gave some pretty detailed inside knowledge of what this particular company was doing, I don't think it was doing anything that any normal group organization would do. It's just the fact that it was made very public. So I suppose my comment in all of that is a little silly to have put it out there in the first place, because clearly it means you don't understand what you've got in front of you and how important it is. And the other thing is, under confidentiality, it was part of the organization's intellectual property. I mean, these are normally covered under confidentiality statements, which is at the very heart of what we're talking about here. It's about personal information not being shared in the public domain, or information being shared in the public domain that's not true. So I think the whole issue around this so-called toolkit has just made me smile in an obtuse type of way, because I can't believe that people didn't realize this was going on anyway.
Well, I think it's very funny also. Like you said, you're not using this word, but I am, because I'm an Indian. It's so funny. It's something like, for the first time, we were able to catch the conspirators red-handed, because people who were, it was a Google Doc, and instructions were being given with dates and time and the amount of money which will be paid. All that is recorded in the document, and it was a privately shared document among people. And because of that, all those people are now red-handed and they're caught. So earlier we used to only make conspiracy theories and maybe make some movies and all that, because nothing to prove what we are saying. So now it's a proof. And I think it's foolishness, because somebody tried to ask this person a question, and out of her emotions, in terms of her belief system, because she probably believed it. Whatever has been fed to her, she believed that, seriously. And she said, okay, here you go, take it, read it for yourself. So she sort of believed this as evidence, that toolkit which has been created by conspirator. And if you remember, the Spectre organization of Mission Impossible is something like that.
Spectre, James Bond, it is. I mean, but the thing is, this, these directors and writers of movies have probably got closer to the facts than you or I, than the general public. And they're trying to make it interesting. They're into the entertainment arena. But the reality of life is, a lot of this does go on in real life. There is cameras, there is facial recognition. There is trying to chase your customer. When someone lands on your website, they capture a cookie. And now it says, this is our cookie policy. Do you agree with it? Well, if you say no, you get booted off the website. You're not allowed to go through it. So I don't think this is rocket science. I think, I use the word silly. Perhaps stupid comes to mind. But it's actually not, to me, it's not understanding what you've got in front of you. And I think that's half the problem. And when you're in an organization such as these are, and you've got what this is quite damaging in many respects. I mean, that particular document was how to undermine a government. And you can only imagine that this has been used time and time and time again. I mean, it's a toolkit, you know. It's something that you can download and then apply all of your particular marketing issues. And it is a bit like mafia, really. You know, it's having inside here, inside there. It's a complete chronology of events, who gets paid what, you know, who's on the payroll, who isn't on the payroll. I wonder, CK, if you went down there and you saw the initial CK by some huge rupee payment. I didn't, so I don't expect you did either. But again, some of these documents are encrypted. You know, the little black book approach to a spy or an insider or even a salesperson. You know, they've always got an angle on someone else, and it's a question of what you're going to use and when you're going to use it. So I think this whole toolkit issue has really brought out Pandora's box. But for those that work in big business, it's almost like, yeah, so what? I mean, we know this. It's a bit stupid to actually give, you know, dot the I's and cross the T's and almost give a direct line of sight to not just individual names but addresses. You know, you may as well just you know, package it up and send it to the CIA or the MI5 or whoever, you know, because it becomes a very, very specific, special, internal and not public document. And I guess the whole issue today is when you make these things public, why are you doing it? Why? What's the motivation here? And let's talk a little bit about whistleblowers. I wasn't called a whistleblower, but I was known of being one in an organization because I wanted to make sure that we did the right thing. And I would put my head above the parapet and say it many times. You know, I don't believe that's right. I don't believe that's what we should be doing. I think we should do this in a slightly different way. Or at least if that's the absolute outcome, then we need to mitigate risk assessment of, you know, what's going to happen with it. And on a few occasions, CK, I can tell you now, I walked away. I didn't want to be part of it. And made my voice, you know, well known. Now, lives were never at risk, as some, you know, some of the issues on COVID around today. So that was one thing, but it was the company's future that was at risk. And like anything else, my spreadsheet said something, their spreadsheet said something else, and we, I suppose, agreed to disagree. But I wouldn't be party. You know, my integrity was pretty sound. I wouldn't be party to going down a particular route if I didn't believe in it. I'd just withdraw. And it's difficult to do that. I know it's difficult to do that in a toxic environment, or when your job depends upon your compliance to the organization. You know, your salary is dependent upon you doing as you're told. It's really difficult to do.
Neville, let me add to what you are saying. It's very difficult for normal people, but then if you have a deal with the devil, then you have to sell your soul. So this is exactly what happens. This is exactly what happens. You know, when you take money for something which is not legal, then you're caught in the web. They will ask you to do a small thing. You will think, hey, what's the harm? Let me take this and write few lines and that's it. And then first assignment will give you $100. The next one will be more paying, more difficult. And then you keep, you know, getting entangled into that. So this is exactly what happened with these activists who actually exposed this toolkit. And it is a lot of people got exposed. In fact, I remember 3 months back when this whole news exploded in India. A lot of business people from United States are involved who have arms dealer, those kind of people are funding this. So a lot of names that have come in the public arena. There could be a lot of names which are still not revealed by the government, but government knows everything. Now, it is also alleged that the social media, knowing these things, are propagating and allowing these things to happen. And that is a charge of the government, and they have been summoned because WhatsApp is used to multiply the fake news arena, and also Twitter, because Twitter has ability to snowball because of this share and reshare facility. And Twitter has been openly refusing to follow government guidelines. So for past 1 week, there has been a big debate happening in India on the social media again, that some of these social media may be asked to close down. And these are, believe me, large names which will be asked to close down because of non-compliance. So this is going to happen. So when you talk about whistleblowing, and when you are an intermediary social media platform, your role has to be understood properly. Your role is to facilitate the whistleblower. But if something which is falling in the arena of fake news, your responsibility as per your use policy is you will actually delete the spams, penalize the people who are spreading spams, and also take action on it. So refusing to take action, that means you are accomplice. So this is exactly what is happening here in India.
Yeah, and it's really not good news, is it? I mean, fundamentally, we do not want... I mean, if I were to read a propaganda paper day in, day out, I believe the propaganda. I mean, that's what politics is all about. It's about, what your belief system is. But if you never question anything and you take things for granted, and the problem is a lot of people never question what these platforms are saying, because they take it for granted. It's like a newspaper. But actually, when you start to investigate and go deeper, just scratch the surface, there are very few facts around this. And as we know, I mean, the key element here is the fundamental, issue about leadership is being aware of the facts. And if you have to fill in the gaps, use your experience to fill in the gaps. And if the gaps are far bigger than the data that you really know as fact, then you're in a big risk arena because you just don't know what's happening. So when it comes down to the bigger issue of leadership, we want to know the facts. And if I then make a decision on those facts, then I can be held accountable. But if the facts have got so many holes, like Swiss cheese, huge holes in it, then you delay decisions. It's as simple as that, because sometimes you just can't fill in the holes. You're out of your comfort zone. You're having to imagine things might happen. And that fundamentally is one of the reasons why we need to be holding these platforms to account, to ensure that they're giving the truth. I'm not talking about, some, little tittle-tattle that might be going on. But we're talking about big worldwide issues, big country issues, global warming, etc., etc. And some people out there, even now, I was sent a page on the Facebook website that said the Earth was flat, and it wasn't even from the Flat Earth Society. It was someone, in the middle of nowhere that just threw a paper out there. Now, you might get someone reading that and saying, oh, yeah, I believe that. They're a professor, they've got this doctorate, that doctorate, and all of a sudden, it's fake news again. Now, I'm not for one saying that the Earth is flat, by the way, everybody, because it just isn't, plain isn't. And if you want to find that out, then literally just look at the way the sun moves. And as we all know, the sun moves around the Earth, doesn't it, CK? Fake news, fake news, fake news. That's alert, alert. We move around the sun. It's been proven many, many times by scientists, mathematicians, but you can do a little sundial experiment, in your own garden, and you can prove that actually we move around the sun. because of the shape of things that happen. But anyway, that's a different story. So today's subject, whistleblowing, fake news, closing down social media platforms that are propagating literally untruths. But the main thing is it starts with us. So our message today to everybody is don't believe everything that someone says. Challenge it, question it, prove it to yourself. And once you've proven it to yourself, then put it into your belief system. And then you don't have to go back to it because you know it's true. And if someone then challenges it, you just ignore it because you know it's true. Unless there's some new information that comes to light that challenges that belief system. In which case, then, you better start listening.
Well, Neville, this gives me an idea. If you look at the Washington Post, the top of their newspaper where the name is written, they also mention that their news can be used as an evidence. So their confidence level is so high that they say that we have actually done the investigation. And you can use this news article as one of your investigation, evidence. So I think that's the level of confidence that Washington Post is demonstrating. I think there is a need for another platform today, which will filter out the real news from the fake news. I think there is an opportunity for somebody who wants to put in his money using AI or whatever technology and say that, you connect your Facebook to my platform, your Twitter and everything to my platform, and I will only showcase what is real and remove all the fake updates from your Facebook, from your Twitter, and from your LinkedIn. Isn't it? Does it sound like an idea?
Yeah, I mean, we all look forward to a day where there's this magical app that sits on our phone and just screens all the rubbish and puts it in the Bravo India November, as we call it, bin, trash can. So it doesn't even get to my ears. Of course, that needs a lot of AI, a lot of investment, but watch this space, because someone out there is thinking this very, very issue. As the inventor of the internet, do you know who the inventor of the internet is? Where its source is? Who created it?
It was from UK. Suddenly his name is out of my mind.
It's hyphenated, a guy called Tim Berners-Lee.
Yes.
And he has, for several years, said, the internet is out of control. We need to give back control to who the internet was for. And the internet was for you and me. It was for us. Not to be hijacked by toolkits, by mafia operation, by any form of, let's call it terrorism in its widest sense, fanatics out there. It was for you and me to share information openly and honestly, to get the best information you can, have it on tap, so that it was the right fact. It was true facts. And unfortunately, as he keeps saying for several years, it's been hijacked. We need to take it back. And maybe, the Indian government are on his side. I mean, maybe they've got their own toolkit running somewhere. And they're in discussions in the back cave about taking back the internet. But we'll see. I have a feeling something is happening. Privacy is a massive issue around the world. I don't think people realize how much you can see about yourself, despite the fact you think you're a very private individual. What I suggest to everyone today is put your name in Google and see what happens.
Absolutely, Neville. And in fact, the trouble starts when the social media start saying, hey, we don't follow your guidelines, your regulations, and still when you have half the income coming from India and you don't follow the rules of the land, and they keep actually giving the blue ticks. So there is a blue tick, and can you imagine, Neville? I just want to tell everyone that our handle has about 40,000 views every month. It's not too great. It's not a couple of 100,000, but it's like 40,000. And we had applied for blue tick. We were refused by both Instagram and by Twitter. Whereas there are these blue ticks who are spreading fake news. And when government actually goes and say that, so what is the meaning of blue tick? Blue tick is that you have verified, you have done the address
The Washington
check.
Post. Yeah, Washington Post. They stand by it. You can use it in the courts. I mean, that's to me is what journalism should be all about. I mean, that's what the newspapers, that's what media should be doing. You can take our information as fact. We may our journalists may be using a little flowery language from time to time, but the facts are facts. We haven't flowered up the facts.
Absolutely. I think this topic is very big and we can keep throwing a lot of examples here. But thank you so much, Neville, for coming to our show today and finding time to discuss this very, very pertinent subject. But we will catch up because this story is still evolving. The June will be interesting month, and I will catch up with you on the same subject again in month of June.
Oh, this will run and run. Have a good day, everybody. Cheerio.
We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like button.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and today I would like to draw your attention to the emails that your company or organization is sending to thousands and thousands and thousands of prospective buyers, and the return on investment on sending such emails is less than 0.0001%. All these emails are getting deleted. I personally delete hundreds of emails every day. I'm sure you're also deleting hundreds of emails. Some of the companies have set up the spam engines which filter all these emails out. Yet most of the industry feels that this is the only mechanism to grow your business, by sending emails, by flooding somebody email boxes, by talking about your technology, your white paper, etc. At the same time, as a organization, we also need to understand what market needs, and it's not what we are selling. So we have to bring to certain agreement between the buyer or seller, or demand or supply, where we bring these two parties together, where the demand is fulfilled by the supply. And it is not necessarily means that you keep sending emails. By sending thousands and thousands of emails every day, every week, you start generating business leads out of that. The reality is the cost of sending 5 email today, in today's money, is more than $2 to $3. And then suppose you send 50,000 emails, probably you will receive responses from only 100. So the efficiency of the system is now going down. I think the time has come for organizations to look at alternative methods of generating your sales leads. Then another thing that has happened in the field, that is the emergence of Me Too service providers, because the cost of providing different services and different sort of new generation activities, the time has come to also rethink their strategy in terms of how all different companies want to position themselves. If it is sort of a Me Too email that is going out, the chances are your email will get deleted. So the requirement of today's world is not to send emails by finding out new methods of communication with your prospects. Number two, offer something which is which is very appealing and it is not Me Too. So you have to look at what are you doing today and where you want to achieve, and by doing these activities that you are doing to achieve your goal. So to order to address these issues, we have created a platform which will solve many of these challenges, and it will give you a platform which will allow you to be more creative. You can reach out to your clients without spending a dime. You can reach out to your prospects without collecting the client database, building client database, building expensive sales and marketing campaigns. You can still appeal to them. The platform website is listed here, as you can see where my finger is. So I encourage you to visit this website and explore. This is a very low cost method where you can reach out to your prospects. You can create a differential for yourself. You can be non-intrusive. You can be creative. You can come out with new methods of communication rather than sending a HTML based emails using your CRMs and so on and so forth. So with these small messages, I would like to talk few things about my platform. The platform has two main features. One is it allows you to share your success stories and your ideas of innovation and so on and so forth, which necessarily may not be related to what you're offering. Because if you sell yourself, if you sell your idea, it will result in a business for you where you can actually pitch in what you have. So you can actually think creatively and come out with an offering which is appealing to the prospects. So this platform allows you to do that. Second thing is it also allows you to your prospects to reach out to you directly without need of sending emails and building campaigns and building databases and so on and so forth. So it's a very, very intuitive method, low cost method to reach out to your prospects and also to your client, and it's non-intrusive, and you can come out with new methods of reaching, because you may think you would like to talk about your innovation. You may like to address your clients by way of a video. You would like to talk about your innovation in a group discussion, or you want to just write a lot of words and you distribute these documents. So all these things are available in our platform. So I invite you to experience this. Come to this website, explore functionality. Just in case if you have any question, reach out to me. My emails are also listed in the website, and then we can have a conversation. I will be more than happy to bring you on board. I will personally help you to get on board, how to use these functionality which are provided in the platform, and you can be more successful without spending a lot of money. So with this small message, I will look forward to you joining my platform, which will help you reduce your cost, increase your business, and it will give you avenue of reaching out to new prospects in a new way. Thank you so much, and I look forward to working with you. Morning, Neville. Welcome to Top Brass Spotlight.
Good morning, CK.
Yes, Neville. So, the today trending news in India is investment of Facebook in a Indian telecom operator called Reliance. They have a brand called Reliance Jio, and this Reliance group is so big in the telecom sector. Facebook has picked up only 9.9% stake, which is equal to $5.7 billion. So they have taken up only 9.9% stake in a telecom operator in India, and there is a big plan to integrate WhatsApp with a core telecom platform, and they want to make huge strides using WhatsApp. They want to go to 300 million small shops, provision stores, which are very small. They are not as big as the supermarkets, but they are smaller. They are closer to clients, and they want to enable two things with this acquisition. One, they want to integrate the WhatsApp payment platform for micro payments using the digital platform. And number two, they want to enable local consumers to talk to the local shops and stores by faster communication. So they are going to plan a complete stride, and making sure that the competition between Walmart, Amazon, and now the Geo Mart is going to heat up in India. And the numbers are humongous. If you can see these numbers and appreciate, it's a very big deal. And let me tell you, Naval, this is the first of the large days, mega days, which are waiting to happen for India. The world community is looking at the digital society of India, which is in the range of 600 million small businesses using digital platforms which are already present in India, and 1.3 billion digital consumer base. So this is exactly the big news in India, where the Facebook is investing in a large telecom operators. They have picked up only small stake, but look at the numbers. It is deal worth $5.7 billion.
That's massive deal. And let's look at that just very simply. Why are they doing that? And the simple answer is because communicating with people is the digital arena. How do you get your message out there? How do you put your company in the spotlight, as the program goes? You get to your audience. So it's that communication platform. And Facebook are just demonstrating exactly what all these big platform organizations can do. So Facebook's a platform. Your telecom arena is another platform. Put the two together, and actually it's a very, very powerful arena. In some respects, if you control the airwaves, you control your destiny, as someone might have said in the past. So how do we, the question today we've got for everyone out there that's listening is, how do you control your destiny? So you need to control your message, and you need to put it out there, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. But I'm quite excited because my business is also a small business in India, and I'm figuring in that 600 million small businesses which global cross-border business houses are aiming to address. So I'm also thinking there could be something for us as well. So like me, there are so many other people in India who are waiting for such mega days to happen. And together, I think we can drive the whole digital economy for the world.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And should be of no surprise to people that Facebook have taken this small stake. It's not a controlling stake. It's not even a declarable stake in the corporate world. 9.9%. It's not a declarable item per se. It certainly isn't a change of control. And for those listening out there, 51% is not a change of control either. 25% might be a change of control, depending on who's holding the 25%. So, yeah, I mean, it's a huge, huge change in your arena. And it won't surprise me that they do this elsewhere. But let's face it, where are they going to do it? They can't do it in China because they're blocked. The Chinese do their own thing, as we know, with WeChat, etc. So where's the next place that they can do it? The biggest population in the world. Ta-da! Is India. You know, 1.3, 1.4, maybe 1.7 billion people if you actually had a proper census out there. You know, who knows how many people are actually living in India today.
That's right. So this is a trend. In fact, all the media channel, newspapers, tabloid, online, everybody's carrying this major news item. So let me ask you, Neville, what is trending in UK today?
Well, apart from that horrible thing called the coronavirus, which tends to hit every tabloid, every broadsheet, every financial paper, news item in the UK and certainly in the Western world, we had a catastrophic event that happened yesterday, and it was a global event. The oil price went negative. Listen to the words, negative. So in other words, this was a globally based commodity that people buy and sell on the open market, and you couldn't give it away yesterday. You had to pay for someone to take it away. It almost became the garbage can of the world. You know, you have to pay people to take this high valued commodity away. Now, it was only in certain parts of the world, to be fair. It was only in America because of just the way markets work. And the reason for it is quite simple. There's no air traffic happening. That uses oil, a particular type of jet fuel. There's not much travel happening. There's lots of cargo moving around, but people are not traveling. So there's no typical ordinary vehicle movement. It's been reduced hugely. We're also coming out of the cold season in America. So there's no requirement for heating oil in the majority of the US. So all of these factors means that no one wants the oil. And this is raw oil. This is not refined oil. They just do not want this raw commodity. And yesterday, on one particular trade, it was minus $37. So just imagine your business that's been working for years and years on an established type of platform, and you're selling your product for the same amount on a regular basis. We'll call it $50 for the sake of the discussion. And all of a sudden, through no fault of your own, you're now not getting $50. You can't store it because all of your storage has gone. You've got no warehousing facility where you can store it. And now what you're having to do is the first person that turns up, you're giving them $50 to take your units away. So that's a massive swing. That's $100 swing in your revenue stream. And by the way, it's now gone negative. Massive, absolutely massive. What's that doing for this? What's that doing for your modeling? What's that doing for your brain power, really? What do you think?
It's going to be a huge loss, and I think it's going to be a huge loss to the lobby, which is behind the oil industry. Let me express my feelings by giving you another piece of news which I heard 2-3 days back on a weekend, that Samsung is coming out with a solid state battery. And this is much more efficient and cheaper to produce than the lithium ion. So who knows when the oil requirement because of coronavirus or COVID-19, people stop traveling, people have more of virtual business, people stop taking flights. Who knows, the battery come and replace this particular source for energy. You never know.
Well, you're absolutely right. And the thing about this is that the whole renewable discussion comes up into the forefront of lots of people's minds. Of course, the reality of life is if oil is so cheap, actually renewables were expensive before, and that makes them even more expensive. So there is this balance we need to look on the world economy. What do we want for our environment going forward? And again, lots of these oil companies, they've been around for many years, and they're all doing their own thing to make it as much of a green energy solution as possible. But we've got the issue now is we need to ask that fundamental question. What do we want from the planet? So these are really big issues. And the thing is, if you're a company out there that has got a green solution, now's the opportunity to make that noise out there, to get your message over and show people exactly what you're doing and the benefits to it. There's never been a better opportunity. And your battery solution is just an absolute classic.
And you mentioned green revolution, green technology. Who knows, the oil which is not used in internal combustion engines today can be used in fuel cells tomorrow. So we never know how the things turn into in next 6 to 12 months.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But as we go back to the very beginning, this is about spotlight. This is about what's in the spotlight. So let's put you in the spotlight. So listen to what we're saying. Think about your organization. Think about who you want to be giving your message to, and come online with us and we'll help you spread your word.
Certainly. So with more trends, we will catch up again tomorrow. You be safe and have a nice day, Neville.
Same to you, CK. Enjoy yourself, everybody, because it's the only life you've got.
Certainly. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. I'm Kanchan Verma and today is Wednesday. So we have a special guest today to discuss about the ragas and their effect on parenting and upbringing of children. So stick around to this episode till the end. It will be very interesting, very entertaining and very informative. Welcome back friends, and today we have Dr. Shambhavi Das, who is a well-known music therapist. She also teaches music. So without wasting any further time, we would like to welcome her in today's show. So welcome to the show, Dr. Shambhavi Das. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchanji. Thanks for inviting me. I'm doing very good.
Well, great. And today, as usual, it's a lovely day for us because we'll be listening sweet songs in your voice and, of course, understand the raga of the day. So what raga we are understanding today?
So today I just thought of discussing multiple ragas on one topic, that is parenting. What parents can do for a better living of their kids, a better understanding of their kids, plus vice versa. So I will be discussing multiple ragas today.
Yes, so we all are very eager to know about these raga which help in parenting. I think that is something very crucial for nowadays, especially when we are in pandemic and everybody at home. So yes, how we can do parenting with for our children using music, Indian music and ragas.
So this is a very good topic because I always used to do the workshops and I have a lot of youths which are facing this problem because they are working plus they have to deal with their kids also. And since they don't give the time to their kids, they don't understand them, obviously it's family, it's the parenting process more than the kids process, because the parents are those who have made the kids. So we have a lot of tools in Indian music therapy, which we normally in our workshops, like pre-corona period, we used to do the workshop and we asked the parents to do those workshops, to the games like music compositions, then lyrical games. So I have one client who was telling me, not client, she was a friend who was telling me that they just by my suggestion, they just asked their kids to listen. Every morning they used to play, मैं जिंदगी का साथ निभाता चला गया, मैं जिंदगी का साथ निभाता चला गया, हर फिक्र को धुएं में उड़ा, हर फिक्र को धुएं में उड़ाता चला गया. And it has such a good lyrics. जो खो गया उसी को मुकद्दर समझ लिया, जो खो गया उसी को मुकद्दर समझ लिया, मुकद्दर समझ लिया, जो खो गया मैं उसको भुलाता चला गया, जो मिल गया उसी को मुकद्दर समझ लिया. It goes like that. जो खो गया मैं उसको भुलाता चला गया. So ना बर्बादियों का शौक मनाना फिजूल था, बर्बादियों का शौक मनाना फिजूल था, मनाना फिजूल था, बर्बादियों का जश्न मनाता चला गया, मैं जिंदगी का राह साथ निभाता चला गया. So basically this is very good for children to understand that these days children are so pressurized in their studies. They are unknowingly they have the goals, but still they are goalless because they are just seeing the very little picture, and just by securing little less marks than their peer groups, they start getting depressed. So we didn't have such problems because our parents didn't expect too much, and our parents used to teach us that it's be ready for the worst. So this lyrics actually, it's just for these kids. So my friend used to tell me that every morning when the kid was only 4 years old, she used to play this. So obviously the kids learned that, and for her astonishment, after few years, like when he was 5 years old, 6 years old, he loved the song and he started asking the meaning. And that was the time when she started counseling, when the mother started discussing that with the child, that this is such a good thought. Don't you think that that we don't find anything through pressurized work, every time you get depressed, upset? So lyrics work a lot in these days, and even not only for kids, for parents also. It is very, very important to sit together, have the family time, let's say have the family musical time. And so we have some tools which I'll be discussing in the more coming few minutes.
Well, surely, and you have mentioned a very, very crucial and important aspect of music, but it is so much related to the well-being or understanding that we cannot get depressed for everything on every day, because there are so many challenges we face on almost every day. And for children, these challenges may be small, but of course they are also facing challenges currently. Now, when we are talking about these songs and lyrics, as you said, it's very, very important. So what are those soothing ragas which really, as you mentioned, we'll be discussing multiple ragas which can help in parenting. So what are those raga which work well on parenting aspect or understanding of children for a better life?
So that's a good question. Thank you. So normally like in every episodes we always come to the chakras, and because chakras normally decide like why one parent is perceiving the child differently than the other parent even in the same situation. So this is morely like Mooladhara Chakra. The kids, the family, the parents are more. Why I'm saying that parents have to improve themselves, because kids will naturally improve. Even if the kids are very like older ones, it might take time because now they get their own opinions, but it's very important for the parents to be to for their Mooladhara Chakra to get activated. Why? Because that Mooladhar, that calmness, that patience, that ego removal, that reside in Mooladhar. Not all the emotions, but especially this calmness thing, stability of mind. You are watching your kid watching TV and he's not going further, then you are getting agitated. That is the time when you have to resolve your reactive, you have to just suppress your reactivity. Why I'm saying suppress? Because first step is suppressing. Second step is accepting, okay, I just cannot, like, I cannot control the kid all the time. You obviously you have to make a trick. You in the long run you have to find a trick. How can you just make the kid don't watch TV? But you cannot say no, go and study, you are watching the TV. You can't say that. The kid will the kid might go and study, but then they are losing your respect. So you have to find the root cause, and the root cause is that you have to subside your reactivity towards the kids. If you're getting agitated, so that agitation is your problem. So first you have to work on that agitation. You have to work on the relaxation, calmness. For that, even in your work, because the parents are working, so your workspace also has to be very calm, very stable peace of mind. You have to be there. Then if that stillness is there, now the second step is to give time to the to the kids, to teach them. So one thing for the Mooladhar chakra is the mantras. We have worked with Sri Rudram mantras, Vishnu Sahasranama mantras, and the kids, what we do is, it's very interesting. First of all, it's Sanskrit. So it's wonderful when the kids, even the small kids, they don't know how to speak, and they say it, they render it. And we try all the ragas, like Mooladhar chakra has the Bhairav ragas, so the Mooladhar chakra has the Shadaj note in it. So the Bhairav raga is very good for activating the Mooladhar chakra. Then it is another one is Mohana is very good for the parents and kid relationship. So Mohana or Bhopali, it's very good for parents and kid relationship because it's a very pleasant raga. Bhopali, I have discussed this in the previous episodes. Then there are ragas like Durga. Durga are the ragas which work on the emotions. That once you just get subside your agitations, then what comes up, what replaces is the good emotions about your kid. Okay, you have to go to the rooter cause why your kid is behaving like that, and for that you have to have the calmness of mind and self and acceptance towards some other person. Acceptance is the petal which resides in the Anahata chakra, that is the Madhyama. Now, mixing these two notes, we have a raga called Bhageshri, Durga. So these are the ragas, and can I discuss some of the songs in that?
Yes, definitely, because that will be easier for our viewers to understand, like what is the Durga Raga and what are the various rag we are discussing now.
So the songs like मेरे ढोल ना सुन, मेरे प्यार की धुन, मेरे ढोल ना सुन, मेरे प्यार की धुन, मेरी चाहते तो फिजा में बहेंगे, जिंदा रहेंगे होके फना। तननन तुम, तननन तुम, तननन तुम, तननन तुम, तान 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 तेरे ना, मेरे ढोल ना सुन. Then another song is वो तो है अलबेला. This is the parenting song which we normally take up for the parents to please understand the kids. So this is a very good one. वो तो है अलबेला. Yeah, tell. So this was in Bageshri. Bageshri is very good for the acceptance.
Okay.
So it works on the acceptance, the Anahata Chakra. Similarly, Bageshri songs are घूंघट के पटना खोले रे, राधा ना बोले ना बोले ना बोले रे, घूंघट के पटना खोले रे, राधा ना बोले ना बोले ना बोले रे, ना बोले ना बोले ना बोले रे. So these two are Bageshri. Then we have a rag called Bilawal, and it's a very very pleasant rag. It has all the Shuddha Swar Saptak, and it works on a like Bhopali and Bilawal. So these ragas work on the parent and kid relationship. Why? Like the way you understand them. So it creates the atmosphere of the family. So like वो तो है अलबेला, हजारों में अकेला. This is Bilawal. सदा तुमने ऐब देखा, हुनर तो न देखा, वो तो है अलबेला. फुर्सत मिली ना तुम्हें अपने जहां से, उसके भी दिल की कभी समझते कहाँ से. जाना है जिसे पत्थर हीरा है वो तो हीरा, सदा तुमने ऐब देखा, हुनर तो न देखा, वो तो है अलबेला. So it has a very wonderful lyrics also that mostly through this lyrics we normally exemplify the people who don't accept their kids in the way they are, especially the boys. When they like music, they are always asked to study and to become an engineer. Even for the older parents, it has been a very big problem that no, music doesn't gain you money, so you have to go to the other line. So for especially for males, it is a big problem. I have IT students who work in IT, and they usually their complaint is that my father made me come here. I would have sang. So I usually make them sing the song, and obviously I have to like direct them towards respecting their parents, no matter who they are. So one song is ये तो सच है कि भगवान है मगर फिर भी अनजान है, धरती पे रूप माँ बाप का उस विधाता की पहचान है. So obviously these lyrics are quite, ma'am, this is very idealistic lyrics, can you come to the normal one and all. But and yes, I do accept that this is very very idealistic one, but all in all, you can just direct the kids towards the mantras, the shlokas, which are more drawn towards the Mooladhara chakra. And especially the parents also. It's very important for the parents to go to the tools. So we normally we did one workshop where we had one parents and the other side kids, and we asked them to the two. We directed them to the tools called music composition. They had to compose. So we gave them some of the words together. So the kids and the parents have to do it together. For example, we gave Badal, Savan, Jal, all the Jal tattvas, we gave all the soil, mati. We gave a lot of, and then we gave some of the notes. We gave the piano also, the keyboards. And we said that if you don't have, you are not a musician, you can play. And the kids helped their parents a lot, and it made a very good relationship. And how, so we just asked them to make it for 10 minutes, so they took 20 minutes, but that 20 minutes is a precious moment. So it's very important to serve time for both of them, for the kids, parents, both of them. Not only like that they are doing virtual classes, everybody is doing virtual in their own places. It's not we have to think of more things. Secondly, there was the tools that we had called the older people. Like we had been grown up with the older people in our home. So we have more, I feel that we are more social, we are more smiling, because, and we have a lot of stories which we can visualize. Ramayana we can visualize, Mahabharat, which without watching them digitally. Why? Because our grandparents used to tell the stories. So now the kids, obviously they are lacking, but then the parents can direct them towards any park or towards any of the society, older people, so that they create more wisdom in themselves. They have more respect towards the older people. So this is very important, and older people themselves will teach the kids 10-20 shlokas. It's normally it is like that. So this is also very important, and we have worked like that.
Well, you have mentioned very, very key, crucial notes, and like something like taking care, interacting with the children. And when you mentioned that, yes, we as a parent stress our children to pick up or train themselves for a money earning profile, and we sometimes neglect these rich aspect of human development. Because what I as personal think that music will enhance your personality in a, not in one way but in many more ways, because you become calm by yourself once you are learning music, and when you are interacting with other people, that calmness shows. So this is something very, very interesting discussion today. And in the end, I just want to hear maybe one or two lines of a song which you like, and you want our parents to at least they can hum these songs in the morning, and we start, as we say, we should start our days every day by watching rise of sun. In the same way, what is 2-3 lines parent can hum or sing in the morning to start the day?
So, like I said, Rag Bhairav is a very, very nice raga. And there in a Bhairav family, there is a rag called Ahir Bhairav, which is very good for calming down. And it is a morning rag. So, songs like, first of all, we can do mantras. Shubham kuru tvam kalyanam, शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदा शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योते नमोऽस्तु ते. So in this shloka normally sa is the base note is reflecting, then अलबेला सजन आयो रे अलबेला सजन आयो रे मोरा आत्मन सुख पायो रे अलबेला सजन आयो रे अलबेला सजन आयो रे. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. It was so awesome to listen all these shlokas, and I'm sure that parents and the viewers will think about it, and maybe there will be change after watching this episode of Akulmach. And as usual, Shambhavi Das, it is so wonderful to talk to you today and to understand how important music and ragas is for parenting and for relationship of parents and children. So we'll meet again with some more interesting and thought-provoking episode next time. Till then, bye-bye and take care.
Thank you so much. Thanks for inviting me. Thank you.
It is all our pleasure. Bye. See you.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Akulmach Live, and I am Chandrakant. As we know that COP26 is going on in Glasgow, the matter related to environment is being discussed as such an important issue, and there are decisions being made by the world community. There are a lot of people who are actually very concerned about what the humanity is doing to the climate and what corrective measures we have to take. However, I am very sorry to say that while this is the main agenda, there is another agenda which was playing in the background, and that is by the Turkey president, Mr. Erdogan. And this is what happens when your whole ideology is based on certain Islamic, way of thinking. And this is why you're not able to think straight, Mr. Erdogan. And that is why I want to bring this to your notice, friends. So let me tell you what happened. See, while the world community is concerned about how do we cut our carbon emission, how do we succeed as one species and make sure that our environment is kept alive for us, for animals, for our future. Mr. Erdogan is worried about why there has been a special treatment given to India during this event. Well, the background of this outburst from Mr. Erdogan is really the lodging and travel arrangement designed during this meeting. Well, when the entire world is coming down to Glasgow, there are procedures laid down by the COP26 committee where they had told people to share their rooms because otherwise all the hotels in the city will not be able to accommodate all these staffs, not only the members but their paraphernalia like security, their attaches, their people who travel along with them. So they said that, hey, why don't you share room, and two people per room is sufficient where you can do that, and arrangements were made. And if you if when you're traveling from your hotels to the venue, you don't want to basically create a sort of a traffic jam. So the committee organized buses from bringing people from their hotel rooms to the venue, and with the exception of only three countries, and these three countries are UK, US and India. And why this exception was done? Because the leaders from these countries are very high profile leaders. The security measures are of a different level altogether. They're always on target of people, and you don't want, presidents and prime ministers of these countries to be, get into a situation which is very difficult for them to come out with. So hence, considering the security measures of President of America, Prime Minister of India, and Prime Minister of UK, the special provisions were made, and these special provisions are not very, humongous. It's something that requires as a security protocol. Number one is these three countries were allowed to book their rooms, and they also were allowed to travel from the venue to the hotels and back and forth using their own security paraphernalia. And that irked Erdogan. I don't know why, because I think the matter of discussion, Mr. Erdogan, is the climate change. What is that your country has contributed to climate change or correction in what we need to do as humanity? You have not done anything. You have done nothing, and you're basically asking, "Hey, I'm not rated equally with India. What is your problem with India?" This is what happens, Mr. Erdogan, when you actually think through spectacles of religion. You don't have to, I think you have to start behaving like a normal human being, which coexist like everybody else. Don't create a situation where you start comparing yourself with large democracies like US, India, and UK. First, you bring democracy in your own country, you start contributing to the global requirements, and then you talk about comparing yourself. I think already there is a lot of flake in the world global community, where you have been in the seat of power since 2002, and you're not getting out of this, and you're taking the country and the people along with you in the downward spiral. Your country used to be first world country, and see where it is. You are debt ridden. So I think you have your own problems to look at, and not look at, hey, I did not get a car, I did not get a room, etc. These are very, very trivial issues. I think you should look at what is more important in terms of your contribution to the global economy and global issues. So friends, this is something which happened. I found it very hilarious, and therefore I thought I'll make a video on this, because when the leader of a particular member country is behaving, hey, it's like a schoolboy. Hey, I did not get a car, I did not get this, and why that other guy got it? So I think it's something which is quite hilarious from my point of view, and I thought I'll bring this to you without mincing my words. Do write in your comments, and I will respond to each one of your comments, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and in today's edition of Spotlight, I am very thrilled and honored to have Mr. Jeremy Blaine joining us from UK. And topic of our discussion today is the upheaval that we have seen past 15 days across the world, especially about the free digital media. So to discuss this further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Jeremy Blaine.
Thank you very much for having me again, CK. Pleasure to be here.
Right, Jeremy. So, the first government which bite the bullet was the Australian government. And they have been, we have been hearing a lot in the news that they were loggerhead with likes of Google and Facebook about the advertising credits. So I think we will come to that in a bit. And that, by the way, is the major portion of our discussion today. But lots have happened in France. There are new regulations in France. EU is also going to come out with a new regulation. After the Capitol Hill, there are a lot of debates going on in US, how the swing for Biden happened because of Wall Street Post handle was blocked for a week by Twitter, and that created a swing in favor of Biden by 13%. So there is a lot of debate which is locally happening. There was an influence on the presidential election. But let me update you what has happened in India in last 5 days. India has come out with a new, not a law, it's a ruling basically. We already have a IT Act, which is a law. So there is a certain section of IT Act has been modified, and there are new rules inserted to manage the digital media. And while it is not a law, so the digital media still remains free in India. However, they have added few small things, few small steps from their point of view. But for implementation, these are very large. This has very large implications on the social media platform. Number one being, you have to have a compliance officer posted in India. Now, this person who is a compliance officer must know the Indian laws. So he cannot be somebody who's just, as a filler. He has to be somebody of a repute. Number two, there could be instances where, a normal person may have a objection. Some morphed picture has been used, or a clipping of video has been used by somebody to create a narrative or a fake news, or whatever you call it. So to prevent that, there has to be a grievance cell headed by a grievance officer locally present in India. And number three is, whenever government asks for the handle details, who started the mischievous post, those details must be shared with the government. And the social media platforms cannot hide behind the curtain of privacy laws or privacy use policy that they have. Now, the number four thing, which is sort of an umbrella, Indian government, unlike the Australian government, they have included the social media platforms and also the OTT platform, because from government point of view, a lot of unwanted things are happening on Netflix and Prime and those kind of platforms as well. So the law or the new rule has been changed to encompass the entire social digital platforms, social and digital platforms and media. So I think this is something new. I'm sure as a business, people like Facebook, Google, Twitter will have to make major changes in their legal framework and use policies. And also with Australia, where there is an arbitration. So I think you can talk more about it. So over to you, Jeremy.
Yeah, well, it's a very interesting point, isn't it, CK? And it does stem from the increase of power that many of these media outlets, social outlets, digital outlets have, and the unfiltered stream of news, be it fake, be it part truths, be it full truths. So be it in the public interest or outside of the public interest. And I think that actually is really at the heart of it, is public interest journalism and what is in the public interest, and the power that comes from some of these mainstream medias that are able to do, as you said, with the election in the US and how Trump before Biden had used that and is continuing to use it, even though he's banned, just shows you the frightening power and the sense of influence that it can have on others. And that's really at the core of probably, before everybody else, it is going through Parliament in Australia. And they're saying, look, it goes into, first of all, the public interest and public interest journalism. So a way to start to manage the news that is filtered through, but also critically, it's about the use of data. And we know that Google and Facebook and other big platforms like that, are building a business on data and selling data or selling information and insight through that data to drive advertising revenues, to drive very specific and personalized content to people. I'll be looking on the screen here. I'll be shopping for, I don't know, I'll be shopping for some running shoes, let's say, for example, and all of a sudden, like an hour later, I'm seeing adverts for no apparent reason. I'm thinking in my head, for running shoes for other sites, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. That's coincidence. I was just looking, so let me click on that. The power and the influence that is there is key. Now that data is being sold, or if you like, that power of data is being sold by these social platforms to all of their customers as a way of getting direct marketing, personalized marketing, and for paying for brands or for individuals to raise their profile. So the point being is that as they are getting all of this data from different sites, like news sites, particularly Australia is around sort of the news sites, they're using journalism that has been, kind of fair journalism that has been done, bringing it into their own sites and news sites and just displaying that, but they're not paying for it. And yet, on the flip side, they understand the power of data and the fact that it's worth something. And so while there, interestingly enough, was, quite a lot of noise, of course, by particularly Google and Facebook in Australia about this, in the background, there's a lot now going on around making individual deals with news channels, newspaper organizations in Australia, to pay them a certain amount to recognize the data, i.e. the journalism that's coming, and then provide and grant usage for that. But that comes, I think, very similar. It doesn't go as far as what you're describing in India, as far as making sure that, there is compliance, there is fair grievance, and there is protection of people that they're gathering the news from. But what they're talking about in Australia is the measurement behind this is making sure that what the journalists and the media organizations are being paid is being used to create public interest stories and news rather than sensation that can be sold. So misuse of what they're now being paid, for the benefit of, let's say, the shareholders, or to actually fuel more populist news and going more into the public interest. So that's one step. But I think from what India are doing, and certainly what the EU is thinking about, is making it a little bit more robust. A part of, for example, in the EU, making it, bolting bits of the GDPR, the data protection elements into that, making sure that there is due process for every citizen of the European Union, and then individual countries there also thinking about what is their country legislation, because we then need to negotiate separately with these big organizations, social, to get our own deals, because of course we've got our own free press in these organizations, let's say, in media outlets. So there's lots of things happening in the background here. But it's necessary because it's all around, paying for due data, which they're doing, and making sure that it's regulated now, because we see the power of misuse as well.
So, Jeremy, while I fully agree with you what you are saying and what the various governments are doing, don't you think that this is going away from the free press, free media, free digital media norms? Because essentially all these platforms runs on the data produced by guys like you and me. I mean, there are 1.5 billion people producing different types of informative or even nonsensical, sometimes, TikTok kind of videos. But, that is driving the whole the digital strategy of the world today. So if you start controlling that, are we not moving away from the right to speech clauses in the constitution of various countries?
It depends on the country, though, you see, because I think, and it's also a fine line between traditional media, like the fourth estate, you know, the traditional media and journalism on the right hand side, and all of us as individuals who are driving data and actually are delighted when when sites pick it up and say, oh, we're going to run with your story, because it gives us a sense of, you know, it gives us an image, it gives us a brand, it gives us coverage, you know, if we're in business, or it gives us notoriety or popularity or celebrity, you know, until it goes wrong. So actually, you know, even that sort of freedom comes with something that we like and don't like. We like to pick and choose, don't we, as individuals? It's like, it's all very well if I'm getting, look at all this great coverage that I'm getting, look at the TikTok video of me, you know, kind of skateboarding with a drink and, you know, playing Fleetwood Mac in the background and getting loads of views and suddenly getting a lot from it. However, when that's flipped and that's used for negative press, then there is a huge outcry based on that again. Or there's a lot of then the word that I've got to use is hatred. There's a lot of naysayers that are doing that, you know, that go onto it and troll and follow these people. So you can't just cherry pick, even as individuals, the bits that we like and then complain about the bits that we don't like. Either we accept that we need to have some better policing and some better regulation about it, which I totally agree we do. But it also needs to come with some level of protection, because we've seen the power of fake news, and we continue to see the power of fake news and what it drives, and the acceptability of fake news. And where is this taking us, you know, as not just as individuals, but as a human race? It's like, you know, there's so much kind of information that is unfiltered now, ideas. I just think we need a filter. And I think if this takes us partway through a filter, because the platforms that provide us this are having to now pay for selected content to provide then, you know, more of a public service and responsible public service, then I think that can only be a good thing. The problem will come, CK, and I agree with this, is that some countries will use that, you know, perhaps some more authoritarian governments, or some where they feel that they need more control, you know, over this area, where they might feel they can make some money out of it, may use it for nefarious purposes. And I think that's the risk. So it's full of potholes, full of challenges, as well as the opportunities and the benefits that it can bring. So it's going to be very interesting to see, because of course in Australia this is going to take, you know, months to get through, a full year then to measure and to kind of figure out what's really happened. And in the meantime, lots of other countries are going to be making their own rules and regulations. However, I do think it's a very interesting and right perspective to have, is that ultimately that big platforms who are taking data from different people to use to drive popularity to their sites and to drive viewership to their sites, like TikTok, for example, pay for that data that's doing it. Why shouldn't they?
Well, that's the whole point, because people like you and me will make quality content, but we are not differentiated by the platforms in either way. You know, it's a number game, and the threshold for making money has been kept so high, it is not achievable unless you make a very sensational content. And that is where the trap is, because most of the people either make some nonsensical sensationalize the video, or make a fake news, which is again creating sensations. So for those people, the thresholds are crossed and they started getting these peanuts. I think the Australian government, as a layman, I will just explain what I feel as a layman, that if you compare the digital media and with the traditional media, most of the traditional media was run by the ad agencies, because the media is actually making money by advertising. And if you look at the ad agencies, they will collect all the advertisers and publish on different media houses like print, TV, or whatever. And the pandemic actually changed the whole thing. The media, and including news, migrated to the digital platforms. And therefore, the advertisers also shifted to the platforms. leaving behind the traditional digital media high and dry. And I think that is what the trigger of the decision made by Australian government, because now suddenly some of these influential people who are well known, and like guys like Rupert Murdoch, which is very big in Australia. My question again, I have given this all background because don't you think that the government may be under influence of these media moguls and trying to create a control on digital platforms?
Well, I think there's a balance, though. I think that's right, but I mean, ultimately, it's about, the question is journalism properly funded? Because what we've seen, exactly as you say it, what we've seen is that as the digital agencies and large digital companies have come in, they've taken the big chunk of the advertising revenue away from the traditional media, and yet they're using the data from the traditional media to do so. So yes, there will always be the big conglomerates and news organizations which will have their own self-interest at heart, and we've seen that. We see how that plays out, and the power of and the decisions that they make around that. Look at Fox News as part of that, that kind of empire in the US, for example, and how that continues to drive a very different narrative, through there. And there's a rise also of, the problem is there's a rise of news organizations apart from traditional media that are now growing up. Here in the UK, there's two new news channels that have been raised. But the fear is that they become more right wing and more nationalist and more protectionist in their focus. So the fact is that you've got traditional media, you've got the digital giants, and then you've got this new pocket that is feeding on the fuel and the need and for sensationalism. And I think it's got into a real mess. And so if it, for me, this is why I think that while there's lots of different nuance in this, it can only be a good thing that responsible government and responsible legislation is looking at this to think, how can this be made a fairer process, so we protect right and just journalism and public interest journalism, at the same time as recognizing that there are things out of our control around the sensationalism, the fake news and whatever. But if we can actually shore up traditional journalism and those that are still standing up for the free press, and responsible journalism that is in the public interest and for the public interest, then we will always retain the balance. Otherwise, the danger and the risk here is that traditional journalism and traditional media companies are just going to lose out, and then the power is in the hands of even fewer, who have self-interest at heart and who are using data in a really powerful, questionable way that we've seen, more recently, and that will continue to manipulate, not just in a positive way, but also potentially in a negative way, what news is filtered to certain people and how people view news. So I think we need that balance, and in order to get that balance, we need some level of protection for the traditional media and press.
There is one more issue, Jeremy. Any production costs money, any good production, because you need, script writers, you need a crew, and you need editors and stuff like that. And all of that cost money. So if you look at the traditional media, that money is paid for because there is an input and there is an output. And the advertisers basically pay per second, and usually the advertising credits are pretty high. Unlike the digital media, where the platforms get the content for free. Absolutely, I mean, they have created a platform, they spend a lot of decades in building it up, that is given for sure. But in order to make money on the platform, there is no incentive for a quality production house, because the cost is theirs. And after incurring all this cost, when they bring their digital content to the platform, there is no money back. And when the advertisers are paying these platforms, the return or ROI to the production houses is like 2% or even lesser. So what people get out of digital platforms as advertising credit is kind of very low today. So I think there has to be some regulation around that also, because they have kept the thresholds of monetization so high, which are not achievable if you just follow the traditional method. And hence it promotes sort of fake news. What is your opinion on this?
Well, yes, I do. I mean, I think that's the case. I think this whole, this kind of unfiltered deluge that we can get, that is, because it essentially, anybody now in the world, the billions of people in the world can be a journalist, or can send something that suddenly becomes viral that they will pick up and use on these platforms. And they want to do that so that they can curate a lot of that free news that's around there. But what's quite interesting is that, there is a recognition, even though, from these big giants, that there is a need to filter this down, particularly the more reputable ones, like Google and Facebook, that want to be seen to be doing the right things, while in the background making sure that their algorithms are absolutely evolving at the rate that they have been evolving at, so that they can go to the people that are advertising with them and say, here is the data that we can give you that will give you exactly what you need for your target audience. But the fact that, Google in Australia, for example, kind of stepped back from the edge, and launched its news showcase product just last month, actually, and has started to discuss this, and actually done a deal with Seven West Media already in Australia, which is it's not been confirmed, but it's been reported to be around a 30 million a year deal. And what the traditional media is saying, this is fair payment for responsible journalism. So I think what even these big giants are seeing is that they need to have some level of credibility behind this, as well as the fun stuff that can be there too. But also there is a price tag for it, and they also need to do some cleaning up of their own backyard, and probably rebrand and relaunch this. And then on the back of that, they're almost kind of sort of it's sort of reinventing it. So yes, it's kind of got to a stage where it is now. But I'm glad to say that they're actually taking a step back and saying, this is an opportunity for us to relaunch how we do this, how we use individualized content, how we use traditional journalism and so on, and how we recognize, the data that is coming into us, but how we can also use that to then sell to our customers in a way that some of them will be more comfortable with, potentially.
But will that solve the problem of production getting enough revenue out of it? For example, if I have to cover a story, let's say right now my channel is based on interviews, but if I have to take an interview of a big shot who's sitting in Chennai, and I have to send a person there, but there is no incentive for me to send a person or travel myself, because there is no revenue being generated. Will it solve the problem of the content producers? Because what will happen is that the digital platforms will strike a deal with large houses, and that may happen in India also. The largest one here is Bennett and Coleman. So the chances are the Bennett and Coleman will have the inside deal going on with the large houses like Google and Facebook. So they will have their deal. What will happen to the actual content providers on these digital platforms? How they will get compensated?
Yeah, but it's a good question, and this is not a solution. This is the almost like kind of the beginning of the journey down here, because this will set a precedent that talks about insightful and responsible content is worth something. So therefore, if you think about the gig economy, for example, small medium enterprise that you and I both both very passionate about, experts. I know you and I and a lot of my colleagues, we write a lot, we do a lot of research, and we put it out there. And at the moment, we're kind of putting it out there. Either we're trying to sell it on our own platforms, or we're putting it out there for free to gain gain mentions or to gain an audience behind it. But there will come a time, and I think what it takes though is a collective rather than individual approach. So, as the gig economy becomes a much bigger part of even our, traditional organizations, is that what are the bodies that are standing up and saying that? What are the federations of businesses? What are the federations of freelancers who are standing up and who are saying we are standing up for our members who have an income from the gig economy, who drive value from here, and who should be recognized in some way for what they produce and how they do it. And that might not be exactly it might not be, for example, financial remuneration. It could be coverage. It could be putting them on a platform. It doesn't need to be monetary, but it needs to be recognized in terms of value. So I think this is the beginning of the journey, and that has to start more or less, at some of these big corporations. It's starting at government level, and then it will filter down, because a lot of these bodies will then move up the line, ask questions like you're asking to government, saying, but what about us small businesses? What about us entrepreneurs? What about us gurus and experts who are doing all this research and, it's being kind of used out there? What about us?
Absolutely. I think this is a big question, because all the digital platforms like Facebook, which are the large ones, and Google, which is YouTube, is getting all the content from people like you and me, and maybe many senior people who are producing this content, not getting compensated for their knowledge and their efforts. So I think that is a big question. We don't have an answer for it right now. The good thing is that the Indian government has given 3 months time. They have laid out the rulings, and it's all public information, and they said that, hey, you get your act together. I'm sure they have started negotiating with the Indian government right now. So we will see. We will come back on the same subject maybe after 3 months again. But I think you have put things in right perspective, because you have a global outlook. You work with Australian companies, and you know what is going on there. You also know what is going on in UK and countries like India. So thank you very much for joining us today, and for your wisdom and for your suggestions.
Thank you, CK. See you next time.
See you next time, Jeremy, and take care. And wish you all the best for your ventures and your research which you are doing.
Thank you.
Bye bye.